Yo, mic check, mic check. What's going on?
What's up, Matrix?
Is that Mike? Hello, Mike? Last name check. Hello, Mike. How you doing? Hello, Matrix. PJ here. Dodo.
I'm good, Dodo, man. How's yourself? How are you? It's in Montreal.
Good, Matrix. How you doing, buddy?
Just came off work. I'm a little tired, and I'm about to roll up and smoke a blunt so I can chill, man.
Oh
What you
man,
guys up?
that's
I
fucking
hear
that's
that.
illegal now. You're trying to get the channel shut down immediately. You can't say the B word anymore. Did you not realize SC or not SC Montreal Matrix? Can't say the blunt word, the B word. Come on. Okay. Anyway, enjoy, bud. Make it a good one.
Well, they banned the word blunt.
Man, what are you doing? I just fucking told you that. Jesus. Okay.
There's
That was a
nothing
bit
wrong with that
dramatic.
word though. That's not a profane word though. Like, why would they ban it?
Listen, I can go on. My 10-year-old child can go on Spotify and hear the N word all over the place. But yes, that's not the point. We're in a prison here, man. Prison for the mind. Understand it. So, just to be clear, we can't say the B word, the C word. The D word is okay. But the E word, okay, well, definitely not the F word. Yeah, will I continue? Will I continue?
It's gonna be very limited to the words that we can actually say because it seems like everything is gonna be banned eventually.
But you can't say they can't say the W word, by the way, as well, which is the word. So you can't say the yeah, just because when you say something now, if you call me a he, you cunt. Why are you calling me a he? I'm a recent, I'm a recent convertee.
What do you identify as, Pete?
Yeah.
I filled out a thing for my job. There was only 2 genders on it.
What were they?
I had to fill out some form today for my job. It was male and female.
Okay, you know
Okay.
what I do now? Every application that there's like a fucking F and an M, I write man, fucking big as fuck.
Pete, what do you put down?
Are you serious though, Jeremy? I mean, you're involved in the commercial world. I'm not at all. I have limited, I have no interaction with what would you call it, employment in that sense, right? I'm none at all. So I'm under no sort of restrictions. Not filling in any forms, anything like that. Are you serious though? It's that prevalent? Is it? It's that confusing in a sense?
I'm not
That's
confused.
conforming.
There are some very confused people out there that want me to go along with their delusion, which I'm not too crazy about.
Well, yeah, c'est la vie, isn't it? The whole of fucking life is a delusion for all of us. And us as flat earthers know it better than anyone else. And I was just being dramatic there. Matrix, love to see you, bud. And roll a good one, bud. Roll a good one. Appreciating the now and what you know in separation from, or not what you know, but in contrast, in separation from the vast majority of the people, what they seem to know. Even though we're not judgmental, we're not hierarchical, we're not really putting up pedestals or anything like that, because they're all as beautiful as we are. You just need to wake up to the fucking nonsense. That's what it is, Jeremy, isn't it? It's fucking nonsense everywhere. And that's what I was pushing it to extremes. You won't be that the W word, the word itself, will be the next thing to be banned because you hearing a word, he is a perfect example. He, she, the LGBT stuff. You hearing a word cause offense. I can sue you. Is there any truth to that? That someone has sued someone for insisting that they're a male, or but they insisting that they be called a female or a non-gender, and they're getting some sort of return in court. I wonder is there any precedents? If there is, of course, it's all fucking stupid, fantastical. But if there is a precedence, then well, what we follow the rules, next statutes.
I don't know, Pete. I don't know. The world's come to a crazy place.
That's what I'm saying, Jeremy. Maybe in a sense, I haven't seen my son in 8 years. was there for the first 12 years. But Jeremy, that's what I'm saying. I don't envy parents these days. I don't envy, especially when most parents give their children iPhones and you know what I mean. The television, major influence, internet, media, and they have a limited interaction. But I don't know how difficult it would be to live in modern society. A parent like yourself, Jeremy, awake in a proper sense. You know what I mean? In a proper sense. What the fuck do you tell them? What the fuck do you do?
I tell you, it fucking sucks. The other day, but like 2 years ago, when I was in the midst of the flat Earth shit, I had to help my daughter out make a fucking moon fucking project. Fucking detested the whole project because I had to write all the fucking lies that they're fucking teaching the kids. But nonetheless, I helped her out with her project. She got an A+.
But she knew. Did she know that the moon landings was fake though, Matrix? Tell the truth.
Nah. I don't try to. My kids they're already teenagers. I don't really try to force that information. I think whenever they're ready, they'll ask me, and I'll tell them. But I don't really want to. I don't want to force it on them because I know it'll probably be a little awkward for them in school.
That's exactly my point, Dan. That's exactly my point, and that's why I mentioned I'm probably as well off being away from my own son. But remember this. You're the one then that's hiding yourself from your children. You're sending them to a place that you know is lying to them, and you're remaining dumb. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. I don't get that. I couldn't do that.
It's all good because I went through it. My parents went through it, and right now I don't have what I need to be able to give my kids their own private school, right? So at least I know that I could do better, and the only thing I could do is aspire to do better, bro. Can't do anything more.
That's fair enough. But you could tell them. What do you mean? What am I even saying? You could tell them as a parent. You give up your life for your child. You already know your true opinions on everything because you're the one who's guiding them. I'm not saying this to you specifically, but Jeremy, I already said it to you. When are you going to tell your children about flat Earth? Your children should know about flat Earth from day one because you're a flat earther. Simple as that. Whatever situation you have to put them through, explain that to them the best terms you can. But that's going to be a gradual process, of course, of sort of relationship building. But you know what I mean. I think that has to be the foundation.
Kids don't even listen to us anymore, bro. That like my kids, like I have to get real tough with them because at their age, they want to do whatever they want to do. If I don't get aggressive with them, they'll literally just run me over. So it's very difficult to actually guide kids nowadays, especially if you're a working parent, because you're out of the house for like 10 hours.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They're being influenced by something else.
This is not the way it should be, though, Matrix. And I was actually talking to someone called Tom today as I was busking, and Tom is a great man. But men are almost.
See, how much you make busking a day?
Oh, that's the first thing you go to, isn't it?
Dollar bill, y'all. I'm just saying, how much you make?
No.
I'm just wondering. I'm not gonna like.
Actually, do you know what, Jeremy? Do you know what? I turned down the €5. I turned down the €5, and I don't do it for the money. But I made I said €20
for free.
€20, and I turned down the €5 because a family were walking.
You made €10.
Can I tell you this? A family walking across the road and a child when the pram is about 2 or something like that, are standing up looking over, and then they came across the road as well, and they ended up before me, and the child was interested in the music, etc., and they were looking for some sort of contribution, which I didn't want in the first place, but they couldn't.
What do you mean you didn't want it? Why are you out there?
Out of pressure, the father took a $5 out of his wallet, and I said, no, but no, I don't. That's okay. And it was meant in the sense that no, that's not what it's about here. But I made about 20 quid, Jeremy. I'm happy.
I don't know what that means. Is that like Zelda rupees or?
I got a
20
50
euros.
tip yesterday.
€20 is about $20, Jeremy. $20.
Oh, all right.
You heard Jeremy?
You said
I got a 50 tip yesterday. I went to tow a bike, and the guy gave me $50, bro.
Nice.
Oh, that's dope.
I love getting tips like that.
That's super generous.
I got a $100 tip once doing Uber.
$20 or $10. You know what? They can even tell me thank you. You know, because I'm getting paid. Anyways, you know, they don't gotta give me anything. So anything anyone gives me, I'll definitely appreciate it.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Matrix. Does your family know you're a flat earther? Do your children know you're a flat earther?
Yeah,
Oh,
pretty
God.
much everyone knows. Everyone knows. They just don't address it because they don't understand it.
Yeah, but surely your children will ask you then, Dad, what do you think the man landed on the moon? And surely in your private time, which is opposed to anything you send your children away to be learned or schooled in, yeah. What do you say then?
He's in his emotions again, dude.
It's not emotions. It's about
Kosho,
honesty with your
Kosho, hold on,
children,
Pete.
Kosho.
Kosho, I need 4 points.
I know, dude. I know what you
Same
need.
distances on every side of these points. And then
And they all have to be GPs.
and I need the points, in between two diagonal.
Yeah, I know.
I need those points.
You need the points to be GPs.
I need those. Listen, are you gonna do this or not? Because I
Did
gotta
you listen to what I
actually
just
get this
asked?
done.
Do
All
those
GPs.
points? They don't have to be GPs.
They have to all be GPs.
You understand how
Don't care.
limited that is?
Can you do this or not, bro?
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be a square.
No, it's got to be. I don't care what you think the shape is going to be. They need to all be the same distance.
And you think this is possible?
I asked you earlier. You're like, dude, I already did it. Blah,
Yeah,
blah,
I did already do
I
it, but then I thought
last
about what you
week.
said, and the fact that they all
That's
had
a
to be
terrible
GPs
impression of
is
Kosho
kind of
Jerry.
restrictive.
Terrible.
He said it just like that, Pete. Too. He's like, I already did it, dog, last week.
Yeah, but if you just talk normally, you'll do a better impression of Kosho.
Oh yeah, I know.
Listen, dude, I already did it, but if you need them to be GPs, it's a bunch more difficult than that. As a matter of fact, it's.
Dude, I told you from the jump they needed to be GPs, dude. What kind of weird game you play? If you can't do this, it's fine. I can get.
Yeah, but dude, think about it. The celestial almanac, it's got what, like, let's say 60, 70, 80 stars.
I don't
And
know.
yeah, I know, but you need out of those 80 stars, you need 4 of them to be equidistant to each other. And I don't think that's going to happen.
Okay, riddle me this then, genius. If I have 4 points with known distances, how do you tell if that works on a point? Like, can you do the same thing even if they're not all just?
Yeah, you
all
could.
the
It's a
same
lot
distance?
harder.
Come on, man.
Okay, first of all, do they have to be equidistant?
It'd be nice.
Kosho, what's wrong with you here?
Yeah, what's wrong with you, Kosho?
Do they have to be equidistant?
It'd be nice. Is it possible for them to be equidistant?
No.
Okay, then I guess not. No.
Okay.
Why even ask?
Well, I got locations that are
bro.
equidistant. Yeah, just because I was going to tell you it's impossible if you needed it. But
Okay,
if
fine.
they don't
They
need
don't
to
have
be
to be
equidistant, I think you're fine without it being equidistant, dude.
What's the difficulty then? What's the difficulty in the translation, Kosho?
Is it more important that they're equidistant or more important that they're the actual GP?
Or you just told me they can't be equidistant. They need to be a GP.
Okay, if they need to be a GP, then they can't be equidistant.
Okay, fine. They have to be GPs.
All right, yeah, I can figure something out.
You're typing furiously anyway. We can hear Kosho.
And they just all need to be able to see each other. That's it.
One GP needs to be able to see all 3 other of the GPs. Yes.
Yeah, that's easy.
I need the angles.
Yeah.
Now, Jeremy, if you don't mind, my Kosho.
Hold on, Pete. I'm almost done.
Angles
I need the
and
angles
distances.
and the distances. Yes. No distances. Just angle.
Okay. Now,
Wait, give me your distances. Give me your distances, but then I got to do other distances.
Yeah.
Make sure.
I'll give you the whole thing, dude.
All right. Go ahead,
Okay.
Pete. Pete, go ahead.
Thank you. So why, Jeremy? I'm just asking why Kosho is doing what he's doing. Do you mind explaining to people what you mean by GP? What in your mind, according to Kosho's sort of model, I guess, what do you mean by GP? 4 GP points. What do you mean by that?
It stands for ground position, maybe
Yes.
geographic position.
Of what though? Of what?
It's basically a substellar point.
Right. So you pick 4
point
points on
underneath the
Earth.
star.
You pick 4 points on Earth. As you cast a vertical, you will coincide with a star. Let's say they're known stars. But you pick 4 points on Earth, and that vertical then is cast to Earth, and it creates a GP. And you're looking for the interrelationship between 4 established GPs of established stars on Earth, whether it be a globe. I think you're actually going with a globe, aren't you? You're going with that Kosher's model that these GPs are cast to a globe.
The GP is just a point under a star. That's it.
Can't be just that, Jeremy.
We're
though.
not
It
going with
can't be
any.
that.
We haven't figured anything out yet.
But okay, I'll let Kosher come back in then. But that's insufficient information.
What's insufficient? I just told you I don't have insufficient information. How am I going to give it to you?
Okay, so the problem is that with a GP, GPs don't work on a flat Earth with a stellar background setting. So in other words, stars.
GPs don't work on a flat Earth. Did you hear what I told you? A GP was? It's a spot directly. You're telling me I can't get underneath a star on flat Earth?
No, that's the only place you can get underneath the star. But the problem is that GPs don't work on a flat Earth if you have the stars at an equivalent distance away, so trillions of miles away. There would be no GP to be had. If you think about it, let's just think about a pizza Earth. I'm telling you, but I'm on point here.
I know. Just hold on. Let me just explain something to you. The stars are in the sky above us. The GP is the point where the star is directly above you.
Okay.
Why does that not work on a flat Earth?
No, it only works in a flat Earth.
Okay, so if it was a globe, you're telling me if it was a globe, we wouldn't be able to go stand in a spot underneath the star.
No, we wouldn't.
A globe Earth rhetoric.
No. What I'm trying to say to you is that
that's rhetoric.
If you hang on, Jeremy, 1 second, Matrix. If you take the globe Earth, right, and you have the stars, which are the stellar projections, whatever, from the massive distances they give us. If you just change the globe Earth to a flat Earth of similar dimensions, then it wouldn't work. There's no GPs because the things are too exclusive. The distances are so exclusive you could never cast a vertical line from a star, like say 2.3 light years away, as opposed to 15 light years away or whatever, and get a distinctive GP on Earth. So it wouldn't work in that convoluted sense. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
No, absolutely not.
Kosho,
I don't understand what I'm trying to say
here, bud, right? You understand what I'm trying to say here? So there's two models in play. You either have a flat Earth with close stars of a different composition, or you have a globe Earth with faraway stars of the same composition, which was
and with either
presenting.
And in either one of those scenarios, you'd be able to get to a spot where you're underneath the star. So I don't know why you're telling me GPs don't work on a globe or whatever. I don't.
Yes, that's the point. It only ever works on the flat Earth because the stars are near the reflections. But Kosho now is to justify your question, which is
Jeremy.
Is to justify
You're not making sense.
His model.
Dude, Jeremy, he's saying this is old shit. What he's saying is that the globe Earth model rhetoric, it won't fit with the flat Earth, that you can't compare a stationary plane with $1 billion, billion away a star. So that's a conflation. This is what he's saying, that it won't work that way if you do it that way.
Even if the star was a zillion light years away, you'd still be able to get to a spot where you're underneath that star.
No, you would not. Jeremy, why are you not understanding about this? You will not. Jeremy, you would not. It's not even if it's a billion light years away, even if it's 2 light years away, there will be no distinction possible on the surface of the pizza Earth, which where we know, let's say for instance, that Australia to fucking Ireland here is let's say 15,000 miles. We would never be able to distinguish a GP for any star in that scenario if it was just a pancake Earth and then we had all the stars at this distance away. Never. You would never be able to do it. It would be too far away, Jeremy. You have 20,000 miles versus trillions of miles. You would never be able to do it, Bob.
Dude, there's a light in the sky. This doesn't even matter about how far it is. There's a light in the sky, right? We want to find a position on the ground underneath that light.
Right.
So that's all we got to do. So it doesn't matter how far the stars are away. It's just a light in the sky for now, right?
Okay. Yeah, that's what I said.
So why
wouldn't we be missing information though doing that anyways?
The whole information is just for now is just the GP.
Yeah, the GP applies to the ball Earth. You got to give the alternative option, which is a GP on a flat Earth, which is a stationary Earth surface with all the skylights, being possibly reflections, casting a vertical drop onto the Earth surface according to where you are on Earth. That's the distinction you have to make. It's not just, there's one answer, which is what Kosho is offering. There has to be two options considered, and then weigh up what we experience in reality according to the different options.
Oh,
You know,
so
for the general sake of the discussion, Pete, there's still GPs on either model in general.
Yeah.
I mean, there's problems with lights being light years away, stars being light years away. We could get into that whole thing, but just taking their model for a second in a globe idea that the stars are out there, there still are GP positions on a proposed globe type of idea. I mean, I agree with you. There's problems with it, but
sure, and that's why I said please continue co-show. Jeremy has a very specific question to ask, and hopefully it'll be answered by you. And hello, Gio, by the way. How you doing, my friend?
Yeah, good, Pete. Yeah, Happy New Year.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
No, there's no more questions. Coach O's got his homework, and then I'll take what he gives me and run it through the mill and see what we come up with. I have to have his work double checked because I've seen his work before, and this is like a rough draft. You get an editor in there.
Pencil. Pencil's good.
Yeah, do this in pencil, Coach.
I think it's a GP. It's again just the word itself or the expression itself. In reality, Jeremy, no one denies that what we'd all experience the same fucking thing. It's about coming up with a viable model for it, and which model makes most sense to the mind of the hearer or the experiencer. And that's where, yeah, you have to explain, at least in some sense, what GP may mean in a stationary and flat Earth enclosed.
It means the same thing, bro. The point under the star. It means the same thing on the stationary flat Earth. If the stars are close, far, globe, light years, whatever, it's just a point under the star.
Okay.
Except on a globe, you can't really have under. Unless you presume a radius and that the center is down, and you have to presume all that because it's not. There's no real under.
Well, up in the above you. We'll say above you.
Out there, maybe
above you in the globe.
Yeah, there's no above. There's no above or below in a globe Earth. But come on.
I'm gonna phrase it. You know what I mean? Vertical in the up direction. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah.
Listen, while Kosho is getting back to you, let me tell you the two possibilities. They're mutually exclusive. I can't find, and I'm only speaking from my own thought processes as well, but I can't find any way around it. We have a globe Earth. The minute they decided that the Earth was round, they had to decide that all the skylights were material bodies and a massive distance away. The very moment they decided, and that was to make sense of a GP. Now, that's fair enough. Might be true. Who knows what true is? Yes. As we come to an alternative model, which is the stationary Earth surface, then all the stars necessarily have to be of a different composition, and they have to be near. Otherwise, we would not get these GPs, these vertical castings of these skylights to a position on Earth. You know, it wouldn't work. There's no mixing and matching. So, in other words, just to summate it, on a globe Earth, stars have to be material and far away. On a flat Earth, stars have to be immaterial and near.
Well,
I honestly think
they don't have to be immaterial.
Well, they almost do, Geo. They almost do. They almost do.
I happen to think.
You mean?
What are you going to do? Invoke gravity, Geo, at a local level?
No, go ahead, Jeremy.
No, I was just going to say I think they're actually reflections. The sun, maybe possibly the moon.
Stars are reflections of the moon.
No, just they are reflections. Period.
Can we even that something can be reflected billions of miles? Do we have like a test that verifies that? That light rays travel that far?
Well, before you get Jeremy, what do you mean you think stars are actually reflections? I think stars are reflections. All the skylights are reflections. But what's your reasoning for that, if you don't mind me asking?
When you do Eratosthenes, and you presume a flat Earth, you come up with the sun in multiple different positions at once. Right? That's what they say.
Yeah.
That's like one of the Glober's main things about why Earth's not flat, because when you do Eratosthenes, you get different positions simultaneously.
They're going off a globe map. That's why that happens.
They're assuming the sky is
No, you can go off
flat
your
as well.
flat Earth map.
The problem is we don't know what's going on with the sky. We don't know if there's elevations or when it goes up and down. So we don't know if it's perfectly flat in the sky as well. So
the reason I think it's a reflection is because when you do that, when you try to triangulate something in a mirror, a reflection in a mirror, like you have two people, they'll both get different positions on it.
That's excellent.
Is the sky a solid?
One second, please, Matrix. To have reflections, Jeremy, you have to have some sort of surface in order for vertical light to interact against. And here's the thing: of course, with the ball Earth paradigm, we're giving infinity of space, right? So there's nothing on all sides.
Yeah.
Flat Earth, we're enclosed. So what are boundary conditions?
Especially if it's supposedly some dome up there, right? Could you imagine? That means there's low places and there's high places, right? So if you're trying to measure something off a dome, you will never get the same measurements from the
but
positions. This is impossible.
Think about.
I do remember that whole Eratosthenes thing we went over, Geo, and they are doing it on their model. But so yeah, that could be it, or it could be.
How would you guys propose to determine the distance to the dome?
We could shoot.
More than likely, already on aviation manuals. More than likely, the limits of the airplanes is more or less probably the limit of the dome.
Operation they scrape up against the dome, do they?
Hey, Cliff.
You could go
the Carmen line distance.
Measure like the light in the sky and the inverse square law, and to determine how far away the lights really are. Maybe.
Well, couldn't you detect the dome with radar or lasers? If it's reflective, couldn't we reflect something off of it?
Here comes Cliff.
The ionosphere is in the way.
The ionosphere is in the way. Well, how do things reflect off of it?
Hold on, Chunky. Or maybe the ionosphere itself is the thing that is the dome.
Nice one. About 60 miles
can we?
Hey, ionosphere. How about neurolinguistic programming, Geo? Ionosphere. Also, Carmen line distance. KR man.
Nice one.
Line distance about 60 miles. Very good.
That was actually one of the best ones I've heard yet from you, Pete. Ionosphere.
In the moment too. Yep.
Nice one, bud.
Yeah, that was a freestyle.
I said that ages ago. Hey, here's a better one, because you mentioned Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes, fabricated character, a perfect anagram, sees not Earth. He is said to be the one to see Earth in its first true form, which has given us the rotundity, radius, or circumference of the Earth. So yes, sees not Earth. But if we get to see beyond the literal, and there is a truth to it, is it detailing the circumference of the barrier of the sky? Is it about 25,000 miles along the sky, along equatorial areas, and over this flat expanse? I think so.
Okay, so I think so. You're just saying the same thing you say all the time, regardless.
Hey, Brad. Matrix. You're a knocker here. You're a scoffer and a knocker. We all know your game, bud.
Hey, don't call names, please. Whatever the fuck that meant.
I don't know what that means. I have nice knockers, maybe. I don't know.
Chunky, I hear you, bro.
Yeah, they can bounce. They bounce signals off it. Off the sky.
Right, so then we know how high it is, do we not?
Well, who is we?
You, me, Matrix.
You mean the three?
The three of us. We know how high it is.
Yeah.
Hey, Gio, we're all
and the people that reflect things off the dome. Yeah.
In Discord, we're in this together in Discord.
Well, I mean, talking about the sky, the extents of the sky is a little bit about talking about the extents of the ocean. Do I know how deep the deepest hole is in the deepest depths of the ocean? No. I haven't been.
But we do know the depth of most of the ocean, right?
Well, again, who's we? I mean, people have claimed some different things, but you and I have definitely not been to the depths of every part of the ocean, nor to the heights of every component of the sky.
Do you know every stove, when it's turned on, that works, gets hot without touching every stove?
You ever seen those infrared stoves that you can put your hand on it and it won't burn, but you put a pot on it and it boils water?
Booyah.
What kind of stove do you call it?
Induction.
Yeah. Okay, so besides those, Okay, so let's instead say every campfire. Can every campfire hurt you if you hopped in it?
If you hopped in, just pop
Yeah.
in there.
Yeah.
What are you relating this to? How we should know what's up in the sky?
No. You said you don't know what every. You haven't measured the depth of every part of the ocean, so how would we know? Others have. Do you not take
Every
your
lake
word
I
for it
go
at
in
a
is like
certain point?
4 feet, 5 feet. So, I mean, is that the ocean?
I don't know what you do for a living, Geo, but so I do shipping, receiving, materials coordinating, right? When somebody says they're delivering something and they give me proof and I validate it, there's a point at which I can say, if I have the validation, I don't have to look at everything, right? My boss doesn't have to come and look to make sure I've received everything if I've signed for it, because he's seen me do it 100 times. Right?
Are you saying you could never get it?
Like Gio said, what's the point? How are you correlating all this?
Come on, let Gio answer this. Let Gio
Nope,
handle
not
this,
saying I
right?
never get it wrong.
Let Gio handle this. Go on.
Go ahead, Gio.
Yeah, Gio, go.
But of the thousands of things I've received to this point,
hold on, Brad.
Maybe
Gio
2 are wrong.
I was just saying,
what was I to respond to? What was I to respond to? Well, I was still trying to figure out what his analogy was.
Why do you have to measure every part of the ocean to know that we have a pretty good idea of how deep the ocean is?
But you could see the error in not measuring the whole Earth, right? Like we can logically deduce if we measure maybe 75% of the Earth, right? But if we don't measure 100% of the Earth, we're just logically deducing. We could get it right, but yet again, we could get it wrong simply because we haven't checked.
Well, until you know what 100% of it is, then you're not going to know that you got 75% of it. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, well, can you please let Gio deal with Chunky's objection here? And honestly, I'd like to see how this develops.
Well, I guess what I was going to say is that if you have a source that has deception involved in it, then it's sort of like, like let's say you've got a girlfriend and she lies to you half the time. So when she comes to tell you something, it's sort of like you don't have enough trust to know whether, she's actually lying or not. Now, if it's the other way around, if she's never lied to you ever, then there's a different level of trust perhaps that you would have. Same thing like if you took your car to a mechanic and every time you take your car, they do a perfect job. Everything's great. The price is good. It's honest. It's great. When you take it there for the 10th time after going 9 times, you're going to, probably have a pretty high level of confidence that he's going to do a good job and not deceive you. But if you take your car to a mechanic and every time he goes there, there's all kinds of deception going on, then that's a problem. So when you take it there the 10th time to that guy, the likelihood that there's going to be a problem or some,
fool you, right?
Yeah. So my whole point of linking that back is just because you were saying the thing about, every time you get a shipping thing that you trust the guy. So when it comes to the Earth, the mapping of the Earth and what the Earth is, if there's deception involved, then just to go off of we know what's here, there, or elsewhere is not a very stable or solid or dependable source. Now, if you think it is, that's cool. You can go with that. But I think many of us are questioning, to say the least, a lot of these components and looking into the further components of what's going on.
Kind of,
Gio. Hey, Gio, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me 10 times, shame on me ancestors.
Wouldn't it be appealing to authority what he's saying? If we can only win a point by, well, they give us this, right? And this authority might as well accept it. What does that mean for truth ultimately? If authority could just give us truth.
I feel like that's a dangerous situation to be in, where people could just make the truth up. Like, it's not even a good. That's how we got here in the first place. I feel like
it's a great situation.
My thing is, authority and truth, they might not be the same thing. They could be two things entirely. A lot of people have the notion that because something comes from authority, whatever that shit is, it just happens to be the truth, or more than likely it is. More than likely, more truth than not, which is erroneous.
So Matrix, how many times have you tested your GPS and it's turned out to be wrong.
Dude, we're addressing this point with
Yeah.
this analogy that you tried to make earlier. The GPS point don't matter. You're
Yes,
asserting
it does.
that just because it exists and just because it works, that it has to be the truth, and it is not the case.
Okay, so how many times have you tested your GPS, and how many times has it been wrong? Or how many times have you tested the depth of the ocean and it's been wrong? Pick one.
Have you done it, Cliff or Brad? Or
Tested my GPS thousands of times.
Just like you receive deliveries and every address.
Thousands of times.
So you can equate that. So how much confidence can you equate? So what's happening at the ocean depths, what's happening with your own local deliveries, which is what's happening in space? Are you making a similar equivalence because you've experienced such level of confidence?
No. So there are companies that I do not trust because they have not earned my respect. There are many companies that have earned my respect. My GPS has earned my respect because it's right.
What's your major point here? Your GPS only can work on a flat Earth or a globe Earth? Is that
I haven't been to every corner of the Earth, but every part of the Earth I've been to with my GPS, it's been bang on about where I am. How many places do I need to go before I trust it? Geo said 10 times to a mechanic is good.
Okay, 1 second. Let me just respond briefly. It's not about trusting it. Everything works over reality. As a flat earther, if we all point vertically upwards, we're on the same plane. If you have a series of sort of contact points that you establish at ground level and over sea level as well, whatever means possible, then you can establish relative locating technology or positioning, and then the same result would equally apply, right?
You said it isn't about trust, but it very much is. So it's about every time I've tested science, it's come out the way it was supposed to.
Science is worked on.
Correlation between GPS is working and the Earth being a sphere. How does it correlate the Earth being a sphere to be true?
Because if the distances the GPS shows us are accurate, and we've tested them and they are, they can only be plotted onto a spheroid Earth.
Yeah, the problem is with those distances, though, you're going up and down hills, around corners and shit. It's not like you're going in a straight line path, not turning left or right on a completely level surface.
We can go to Miami, Los Angeles, Charlottetown, I think Dallas, and beyond the sea level. And we know the distance between those places.
Anywhere else?
We also know the air distance between those places.
We also know
which are better than
Yeah.
We also know the air distance between those places,
and they're accurate. Game again. We're gonna play this game again tonight.
No,
we know all the distances. We know the straight line distances, the driving distances, all of them.
Okay,
and
how did you get
thousands of times a day?
You're not testing the straight line distance thousands of times a day. You've literally never tested that distance.
Oh, pilots test that.
Oh, okay.
Many thousands.
I went over that with RC Meisty, the pilot, one day, and they were having a rough. I went over this with RC Meisty, the pilot, one day, and they were having a rough go at it. So I'm not
I was
sure
there.
that it does.
There's
no rough go about it.
He was having a rough go with it. He ended up rage quitting.
No, I am a pilot, and that is exactly what we do. We know the exact great circle distance between any 2 points on Earth.
Yep.
I love how these guys talk about being pilots. Like if something like outside of this world, like if mosquitoes and flies don't fly.
Are you okay? So why don't you believe them?
No, because
you're trying to say you know more than a pilot.
You guys are making a forced correlation between GPS working and being accurate and the Earth being a sphere.
No, I explained why.
If the Earth was a star or a rectangle, they could get GPS to work.
Yes, they could. Yes, they could. But would those distances work?
Yeah, they could make it work because it's a system that was created.
No. Because it doesn't work on a flat map. Those distances can't be plotted onto a flat map.
You've never checked those distances. Planes don't fly perfectly straight.
Yeah, actually, we did.
Planes don't fly.
They fly in great circle routes, as you know.
Yep. They fly in great circle routes, and they don't vary in their. Now, come on, Jeremy. I'm talking now.
Oh, I know. No, I'm interrupting you now. You just did
Yeah,
it to
you
me every
are.
time I talk.
I waited for you to finish. You finished, and then I started talking. You had to chime in because you just can't help yourself. Planes do fly in straight lines. They're called great circle distances, and they don't vary from that by more than a wingspan. Now, obviously, there may be times that they divert, but around a storm or something. But the plot is a great circle, and it's a straight line, and they follow that within the wingtips. Period.
And why would you?
Okay.
Why would you waste
Can
your
I
money
respond,
if Earth were
Brad?
flat and plot a great circle route?
So I'm just going to respond to Bob. I didn't even pay attention to what you said.
Yeah, go ahead.
The plane. Oh, thanks. Thank you. So
You're welcome.
I can't deal with both you guys at the same time. Yeah. Bob's hard enough. He likes to interrupt a lot. So the straight line distances that you think the planes are flying in, there's this perfectly straight line, not deviating left to right, and the plane does not go off that line. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, it stays right on its flight path. Yes.
So there's no wind or turbulence or anything knocking it off that line.
Nope, because the pilot corrects for that.
So when they get knocked off the line from wind, they correct for it.
They don't get knocked off the line. As the wind comes in and they start drifting, they return to the line.
When they start drifting off the line?
No, when they start drifting at all.
Okay, if they're drifting, they're not on the line anymore.
They stay on the line. They make whatever correction they need to make to stay on the line in real time. Period.
When they start drifting. When they start drifting, they correct.
No, they correct continuously to stay on the line.
Okay, how do they correct if they're on the line and they're never off the line? How do they correct for the line?
You know where you are from second to second, and you need to make sure that you stay on the line. If you start to deviate from that in any way, shape, or form, there's a correction.
So I'm on the line, and then I hit some turbulence and updraft, and it knocks me off the line. Then
it's like
it knocks me off the
he's
line,
asking
and then
you,
I
how
correct.
can you
It knocks
cut
me
a
off the
circle with
line, and then
precision?
Can I get 5 minutes with Bob, please?
No, you can't because you're not getting it. I've already answered your question.
Do this in a calm manner. I just can't have anyone else jumping in because it's already very hard. Is that cool, Bob? Or
Well, I'm going on mute, champ. So
I don't care.
Yeah, Chucky, your mic was all delayed, and I don't know what was going on.
Yeah, and I'm not playing your little games. I'm not playing your little what if games, Jeremy. I gave you the answer. That's the answer I'm sticking with. That's my final answer.
It's not a what if. Well, I'll say it for the audience then. The plane's on this straight line path that Bob thinks that they stay on the whole time. Then they have an updraft or a downdraft or a crosswind or some turbulence or something, which obviously if you're on a straight line and then you get hit with a wind and you get knocked off that line, you correct to get back on that line. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to correct if you never got off the line. There'd be nothing to correct for because you would always just be on the line, not having to correct.
Yeah,
Jeremy, when you drive your car down the road, all right, what happens when wind comes? Do you leave your lane and then have to return to it, or do you feel the wind starting to push you and you make corrections to stay in your lane?
Yeah, when I'm in my car.
Yep.
When I'm in my car and the wind starts blowing hard, and I get pushed off that.
So you get pushed into other lanes of traffic.
And I finish. You interrupted me every time.
You stopped. So you get pushed into other lanes of traffic.
I'm in the middle of explaining this car drift thing. Bob, I'm in the middle of explaining this car drift thing. Just relax, bro. We can have a nice casual conversation. It doesn't have to get heated like that.
We are. I'm just asking you if a gust of wind comes, are you pushed out of your lane?
So let me finish this thing I was saying a second ago. Is that cool or?
Yeah, this is where
it's got to go like that, bro. It's got to go like that. It ain't gonna work.
If you state that wind blows you out of your lane, I'll talk to you about your corrections.
I think what he was saying, Jeremy, originally is that if you get blown off the line, you correct to get back on the path, the line that you're tracking.
Is that true? We get knocked off the line, Bob?
No more than you get knocked out of your lane in traffic.
Okay, so we get knocked off the line, off of that straight line path. I'm glad we. Thank you, Gio. I'm glad we got down to the bottom of that because he was making it sound like you don't get knocked off that line. So when you get knocked off the line, then the plane corrects for it and gets back on the line. That's what you're telling me?
It stays on the line.
So it doesn't. So Gio, no, that's not what he's saying, Gio. He's saying it never goes off.
No, I'm saying that when I'm driving my car and a wind comes from my right, that wind doesn't blow me into the left lane. I can feel the wind coming, I can feel the wind hitting my car and it is starting to drift, but I'm still in my lane. I just turn my steering wheel very slightly to stay in my lane and compensate for the wind. Not a problem at all.
Yeah, that's what airplanes do. They have a 60-to-1 rule, right? Where they get blown off and they get blown around, and they got to correct it. They should just check it every often. So often.
Yeah, I think he's trying to describe that it doesn't blow the airplane further than the margin of error. So it's like a slight, not far enough to mean anything.
Matrix actually has a great point. Right?
If you went for longer than 60 miles and you just kept going on that route, then you would be somewhere completely different. If you don't check your heading.
Airways have a 4-mile corridor that you can be in. You're supposed to be right in the center of the corridor. You have up to 4 miles, but you normally stay within your wingtips, keeping your plane between the wingtips on the magenta line.
Got to keep those tips where you can see them, Bob.
All right,
Thanks
so
for
just
adding
for
to
clarity,
the conversation
just for
as
clarity.
always, Dodo.
Okay, so just to be clear, the plane's on the straight line path. Then it gets hit with a crosswind or some turbulence or an updraft or downdraft or something. It gets knocked off the line. Then it corrects to get back on the line, right?
Yeah, but it's normally not knocked off the line. It's corrected before it's knocked off the line.
It's within
So
the
they know
margin of
before.
error.
So you're saying they know a wind.
Oh, quit being
You're
obtuse,
saying they know
Jeremy.
a wind is gonna. Yo,
Quit being obtuse, Jeremy.
I think he's talking
I was
about
When
an
you get hit by a
altimeter.
wind and start to drift, you know
Anything.
it long before you're knocked off your line.
Are you talking about an altimeter checking for pressure?
No,
and
I'm
stay within
not.
that pressure automatically?
No, I'm not.
Yeah. I think you're being pedantic on this one, Jeremy. But I'm gonna let you finish. Land with your point.
Oh, thanks. We're on this straight line, and a wind's coming, and the pilot knows before the wind's gonna hit him, and he adjusts for it before he needs to compensate to stay on that straight line. You're saying?
Nice straw man. No, that's not what I said at all. Say what I actually said.
I don't know. You said they adjust for it before it happens.
Then you need to stop talking and listen to the answer to your stupid little question. I said very clearly that as the crosswind comes in and the plane starts to drift, the pilot knows about it very quickly before they are knocked off course and just compensates for it.
Oh, how do they know?
Coriolis.
So the nose and tail of the plane are lining up on this straight line, and then a wind comes in, a crosswind comes in. They start to drift off that line, and then they correct for it. Is that what you're saying?
And they correct. Are you saying the pilot itself or the plane corrects?
Bob, is that what you're saying? I'm just trying to get clear what you're saying. Are you saying when they start to drift?
Listen, they know they are drifting long before they are off course.
Because they can feel
The
it.
line is not a laser line that's a millimeter wide.
How do they know? Is it because of the wingtips or only that much? That's how much warning they get? Wingtip warning?
So they have
you can
corridor.
feel what happens to the aircraft. If the aircraft starts to roll a little bit because there's a wind coming by, you just level out the wings a little bit and come right into it.
So you're telling me there's a corridor,
right? You can feel when the slight movement, when you're moving forward, the slight movement to the left, to the right, you can feel it. So I can imagine the plane is the same thing. They could feel when the plane deviates a little bit, and they put it back in the position.
Just like with your car going down the road, just like with your car going down the road, if you get a sudden crosswind across the field or something, you feel that and correct for it long before you're knocked out of your lane. Now, don't ask me another question about that until you acknowledge that you understand what I said to you.
I dare you. I dare you ask another question about that.
So, Bob, you're telling me there's a lane, a corridor, so to speak.
Don't ask me another question until you repeat what I said.
Dude, don't interrupt me.
We're going to
Stop
stage
interrupting
2.
me, please. Pete, come on, man. All right, never mind, guys. Never mind.
Jeremy, we don't know the point.
Good choice.
Point at this point, bro.
The point I'm making because you guys won't let me talk. I know.
All right, so don't
because you're obtuse, Jeremy.
What Bob is gonna say, Jeremy. Just make your point as if he's agreeing with you, so we can understand it.
Telling me there's a corridor or a lane that this plane is in, and it's going in a straight line according to the lane, but it's constantly wiggling within this corridor, up and down, left and right. Is that what you're saying, Bob?
Very good. Yes.
Okay, so the straight line distance between A and B, where the plane is going, and the distance the plane traveled would not be the same distance, right?
You have got to be joking. You think that that's actually a point? You calculate
can you answer
how much of a difference it is. You tell me how much of a difference it is on a 1,000-mile trip. Is it a mile?
Is it a
I don't know.
zigzag line
The point was.
Okay, well, when you calculate that, bring it up again.
Come on, man. Jesus Christ.
I'm not even going to address that point. It's too stupid.
Jeremy, it's not going to be enough to calculate, bro. It's within the margin of error.
You don't know how much it is, Matrix. You don't know how much it is.
But I can imagine it, and I'm telling you what it is.
It is right now. It is right now.
On a 1,000-mile trip, probably less than a mile.
Actually, Jeremy,
you just made that shit up.
Jeremy, if in an extreme example,
prove me wrong with math.
Made that shit up, dude. Prove your made up shit wrong.
Jeremy, I'm about to give you an assist. Because in an extreme example, if you were just flying like a doofus and you were just going up and down in that 4-mile corridor the whole time, like every 4 miles, I guess every 8 miles, you were doing a down, back up, and then back where you were, you would increase your trip by so if you went 1,000 miles, it would become 1,400 miles. But that's an extreme example.
Your math is
more
quite
than a mile.
wrong. Your math is very wrong. It's more like a mile.
Kosho, your math is wrong. Bob's made up number is fucking right.
No, I don't agree with Kosho on that.
He did the math, Bob.
He's back.
I doubt you did.
The point was, hold on. Can I just say the point, please, guys? The point was they said these distances, these straight line distances, not the roads for the GPS ones where you're going up, down, around turns. They said these straight line distances were actually being tested every day by planes.
Yep.
But they're not flying on these straight line distances because they're going in a corridor.
Jeremy.
Because they're going in a corridor. I'm going to be done in 10 seconds.
Because
there's a corridor.
Jeremy.
And they're going.
Dude, you guys, there really just shouldn't be any interruptions, man. Each person gets their time to speak. Can we stop all the clipping and over jumping and screaming? Because then people end up screaming and it gets crazy. We're just
seriously.
All right, Kosho, redo your math, and instead of going the full 4 miles, go wingtip to wingtip, 100 meters.
Right. Let Jeremy finish.
I know. Yeah. Can I just finish my point that you interrupted me in, please?
No, I'm done with you.
I'm still going to finish my point, whether you won't like it or not.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Okay, thanks, Pete. Thank you. Thanks, Pete.
Yeah.
So the planes, they said these straight line distances were being tested every day via planes. Now we come to find out these planes aren't doing that straight line distance. They're flying in a corridor going up, down, left, right, all over the place because they're getting knocked all around by wind.
What about Jerry? That's a good point, Jerry. Also, what about when that wind like hits you head on and you're really not moving fast at all, and it's just
not changing your distance though.
Quantify the distances, Jeremy. That was your whole big.
All right.
It was a rebuttal, Matrix. It was a rebuttal for their comment on how we test them every day. They're not testing them every day. They've never even done it.
So this is characteristic number 5 of science denial, an expectation of perfection from science. The bottom line is the plane varies by no more than the wingspan. There is probably a mile variance on a 1,000-mile trip. Yep. And quite frankly, that's close enough to make the point. It's a hell of a lot shorter than the flat surface distance on triangles.
Listen, I heard that it's 1,400 miles for every 1,000 miles.
And it's
somebody
wrong.
Did the math for that.
That's wrong.
Stop being a math denier.
So Bob, what you're saying?
Post your math.
It wouldn't throw the plane long enough to throw away the calculation. It will all be within the margin of error, right? So it's not enough to disqualify the calculation, like Jeremy's trying. Okay.
Matrix is absolutely correct. So, Kosho, unless you want to post your math and defend it, I'm not going to accept your 1,400 miles. My 1 mile perhaps is much closer.
Well, it would depend on how much you varied within it. Like if you were in a boat and you were trying to follow a path, and if you were in like let's say a mile wide path that you wanted to stay within in your boat, if you were only wavering 100 feet to the left, 100 feet to the right, 100 feet to the left, et cetera, only 100 feet, then obviously the difference is going to be very minimal. But if you were going like, 9/10 of a mile to the left and then 9/10 of a mile to the right, making huge twists and turns, then of course that's going to add a lot more distance. So it'd be the same. And if you're talking about a 4-mile corridor in an airplane like that, it's going to depend on how much you're being blown in and out and how much you're swerving around in terms of what that calculation would be. Of
And how much you gauge your path then, Gio? What is the standard that you're gauging your path, your starting point to your destination? What are the appropriate factors that you're gauging your continued?
Yeah. Also, with the altimeter, you're going up and down as well as left to right. So it's like whatever you get, whatever that 1400, you have to double it now because you're doing the same thing, staying in the right pressure zone, going up and down as well.
And
so
also,
now it's 18. The math now says 1800 miles, Bob.
And also on a flat Earth, right, where the north is the center, then if you're
Dodo, shut up.
1 second, Bob. Let me just
No,
say
you're
this.
putting out nonsense again. Your corridor up and down is 200 feet.
Compass to track from east to west on a flat Earth, right? You're doing a curved path, whereas as a crow flies path would be a more direct, starting point to destination. Off you go now, Bob.
Once again, nonsense from Pete. Your corridor up and down is 200 feet. That's your altitude block.
Well,
so the idea that you'd vary 4 miles is ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm glad you can come in and be so fucking assertive, Bob.
I'll see you later, Pete.
Well, so the original thing. Okay, so the variation of the waiver that one would be doing, trying to stay on track, is one component. Although, in a way, I actually agree with Bob that it probably wouldn't be that dramatic, depending on how much you're being thrown off. It's not going to change it. However, that should be calculated and involved. But the other component that Pete actually brought up originally was how do you know for sure that the point A to point B path that you're given and that you're following with your instrumentation actually is straight, and then it's not actually slightly curved.
That's another good point. Good point, yeah.
It's a great circle, which is the shortest distance between 2 points on the Earth.
I know that's what you're told and what you're given, but what I'm saying is that when you're in the airplane and you're flying, how do you know you're going straight rather than making a slight bend, slight curve?
Your GPS tells you what your position is at all times.
I'm not talking about a vertical curve over a sphere. I'm talking about horizontal left and right.
Yeah.
Your GPS tells you your position at all times.
What did you do before GPS then, Bob? How did
followed radio beams?
Followed
radio beams. We followed radio beams.
So is the GPS the only way?
No.
Okay, what are your other ways?
Pilotage, which is going from point A to point B along the ground, say following a highway. You can also use VOR navigation, which is radio beams. You follow the radio beam.
All right,
and you can also follow a compass setting.
Okay, so following like a road or whatever, I understand that, but then you'd have to verify that road is straight as well.
That's the way the road is built. Don't have to verify it at all.
Built over a straight road over a curved earth.
Roads are generally built north and south or east and west.
And then you said compass, but of course that then depends that the flux lines of the magnetic field are straight.
Which they are.
And then the radio waves also depends on that, and then you've even got refraction involved. So I still don't see a solid way to know that you're actually flying straight.
Radio waves are accurate to within a degree. So what's your point?
And you said the flux lines of the magnetic field are perfectly straight. Is that right?
No, I'm saying
in a given area they are. Yeah.
It would depend on that if Bob's saying to use that to travel straight. I'm not saying it is or isn't that. I'm just saying it would depend on that.
Over the area where you're traveling, they are, yeah, because it's a very small part of the Earth. Now, there may be an iron deposit in a mountain or something or other that may gently bend it a little bit. But for a small area, 10, 20 miles, not a problem. Absolutely straight. Within your ability to
You ain't gonna figure out if Earth's flat or not by traveling 20 miles.
Well, you have to treat it as it's
I did it over half a mile, so what's your problem?
Yeah. You got to treat it.
I did it over half a mile, so what's your problem?
But not with distance. You didn't just get a half a mile's worth of distance and then show that it's a globe just using the distance.
The Haversine versus the
Dude, stop
cosine.
making
No, you'd
shit
need
up,
further.
bro. Please.
No, you'd need a
Stop
longer
making
distance
shit
than
up,
that.
man.
You would
I
need a longer
know.
distance than that to overcome the margin of error.
Hey Bob, why do you
Dude,
disrespect
okay,
Jeremy?
so
And Jeremy,
how do
why
you
he already disrespected you and said, "I'm out of here," and then he comes back in, he goes back out, he comes back in. Why are you
He
doing
said that
that?
to you, Pete.
He said that to
Yeah,
Jeremy,
Pete,
and I
just
want him
stop.
Cool.
to
We're
Just
answer
stop.
we're
Jeremy's
about to
question.
start. We're about to start talking about deep underground military bases, anyways. So you guys get ready to shift gears.
Here we go.
So
So how exactly did you prove the Earth is a curve by knowing a half mile in distance?
You broke up a little bit. Maybe he heard you.
I don't know. Bob left the VC, but yeah, he's not able to measure the planar or curvature of the surface of a half mile distance.
Just
That
with
was
knowing the
not.
distance? No, that's fucking
Yeah,
tough.
only knowing distance. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
That was not the YouTube clip that he was looking to get. So he's going to start over again later.
thank God. Do you guys know that one of the largest deep underground military bases in the United States that is known is Cheyenne Mountain, the Cheyenne Mountain Complex? And did you know that it is now under the command of the Space Force?
It's under the
It's pretty
command of Colonel
weird.
Jack O'Neill. Don't bullshit. All right.
Is he in the Space Force?
Yeah, him and Samantha Carter.
Oh yeah. Okay.
They
So
hooked up and yeah.
I'm not bullshitting. It is under control of Space Force.
No, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
That is interesting though. And I think Gio said it was interesting. I think Gio might have said it. He said that NASA is built on the largest helium deposit. I think it was him who said that, which is another thing that's interesting.
Gio, real quick, just on what happened with Bob just now. How much do you think a plane would be off if it was in the air and went, I don't know what distance we were just now, 1,000 miles, and it had, constant turbulence, updrafts, downdrafts, crosswinds?
I just posted the verification, like the math check.
If I had to
The
throw a
math's
number
correct.
out there, I would say 5 to 8%.
What do you think, Kosho?
I told you that an extreme example, the example that I described, that I've just demonstrated, it's about 40%.
So definitely not 1 mile like Bob thought.
Well, no, it could be. Okay, I'm talking about the most extreme example. I was probably talking about more practical examples, but either way, I don't think it says. I don't think it's nothing. You know what I
And
mean? It really depends on the range.
5 to 8% was like just a very generalized average.
Yeah,
guess.
maybe like 70 miles. Yeah, something like that.
Well, we were talking about measuring the straight line distance from A to B, meaning not curving left to right. So, I mean, I don't know how you're checking that if you're not. How do you measure something that you're not actually doing?
I don't think plane's the best way to do it.
It's not. I went over it with RC Meisty one day. He folded. What's the best way to do it, Kosho?
I mean, the best way to do it, in my opinion, is no one's gonna agree with it, but it's just using simple coordinates.
Your GPS refraction thing?
No, you don't have to use the GPS. You just use the coordinates of the 2 points and then do the Haversine function.
I had a pretty long interaction with RC Meisty last night. Honestly, that guy is a slippery cat.
Think so?
Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah,
That was a good listen, though. I was enjoying that.
dude.
When was
Yeah,
that? I went to bed.
I apologize for being a little abrasive on him, but he was just being way too disingenuous for my taste.
What do you mean?
Like,
He's a pastor or something, I think. Isn't he like a pastor?
I don't give a fuck if he's Gandhi, dude. He was acting like a little bitch last night, dude. Being super disingenuous. Flat out admitted he believes that the United States government lied to go to war, to ignore our democratic process and go to war, lie about nukes in Iraq. And then 2 seconds later, I'm like, oh yeah, do you think our government would lie about the very democratic process itself, our elections?
About that. Yeah. Trying to talk about that, please. We get a.
Okay, cool. And then Godred comes in and he's like, how can you verify that your votes are counted? And he's like, great. We go somewhere else. Now we don't have to fucking worry about, stopping to tell somebody that they can't talk about this or that.
It would limit you talking about your political choices. That should be talked about. I mean,
Well, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Dude, I didn't even mention any specific election. I just mentioned the democratic process itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe in technically with their terms or whatever, that's maybe okay to talk about, just general, whereas maybe for that case, it was like the actual.
Well, RC Meisty. I don't care about that particular election. I'm talking about the whole electoral process, and he kept trying to bring it back to this.
Website that was just like, hey, here is the evidence. Like maybe like here is the evidence.com or something like that. They could just kind of lay it out for everybody to look at.
Well, like Eli had pointed out when all that happened, he was like, it's funny because when that was all going down, everyone was talking about it on all social media everywhere. And then after they made the decision, like, nope, there was no fraud or whatever, it's all stamped and good to go. Then they made it, censorship on all social media. It's like from there on forward, now you can't talk about it and you'll be banned because the authority made the final decision. And if you go against it, you're questioning the authority.
So, Gio,
right, you're
what's the
flagged.
attraction of being here then, Gio? What's the attraction of being here? I'm genuinely asking this because I know what great brains there are here. When you're restricted in pretty much everything you can say, what's the attraction of being here? What's the selling point of N-word, the B word, the C,
No.
W word. But I'm just saying, what's the point then?
It's just not really like that.
Let me just say this.
yeah.
I think that the point that Platypus was making, it points the spotlight on people like R.C. Meisty. They're almost like baiters, that they're trying to get these things sort of brought to bear when we're only talking about our open, fucking, honest, man-to-man opinion and all this fucking nonsense shit. And you can't even talk
Stop
about
being
it.
such an F&B. Right?
Okay, sorry about the F and B words.
No.
Yeah, it's a losing game these motherfuckers are playing. Like, we're gonna continue to talk about stuff, and the more they censor it, the more of a hot topic they make it. They're gonna have to kill us, and which they're trying to do, in my opinion. All the shit they're putting in the food and the air and the water, but it's all good. Here, you want to hear the craziest conspiracy? This is the biggest conspiracy of all. And if you're not fucking behind it, you're not a critical thinker. The biggest conspiracy of them all is that everything's going to be okay.
Right, but
it's going to be fine, you guys. It's all good.
Okay,
they're going to try with their dastardly deeds, and they're going to fail.
We've all been in, lots of us have been in this conspiracy. So there's lots of different sort of avenues to take, and I definitely have my own story. I'm actually have the opposite opinion. I think there's two possibilities. We're fucked, we're doomed, or we're saved. I actually like to think in terms of that we're saved, and there's a greater purpose to all of this. But differing matter, are we actually fucking ourselves then by just being in environments? Look at all the energy we deliver, in a sense. Look at all the time we put in here. And generally, I'm not saying this against any forum in particular. Of course, you've got to follow the rules. But generally, it's just a repetition of the same talking points, especially when you invite bowlers in. Just like Dr. Bob tonight, perfect example with Jeremy. No conclusion is brought to. They'll be back in. Chunky will be back in. Kosh will be back in. Same arguments tomorrow. So are we ourselves personally wasting our time here? Should we just shut down our computer tomorrow?
Dude, you just keep pushing, bro. Like, I got on this, like, deep underground military base tip last night, and I've kind of spent way too much time reading into, like, all of the known military bases, all of the speculated ones, and it's like one of the largest underground bases that's not associated with the military actually has insane spiritual weight with it, and that's CERN. You know,
what is it?
CERN, Large Hadron Collider. It's like
Right,
literally the
and
most
the Swiss
fucking
France border. Yeah, okay.
yeah. It's the most fucking complex machine we've allegedly ever built, and in one of the largest underground tunnels, accompanied by an underground facility that has like opening ceremonies with occult ritualism and shit in it.
Okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
follow the
So
money, you know?
consider this, Platypus. Lots of stuff that Piche says no one else has heard. I'm not saying that I have fucking any whatever. I'm not saying anything. I'm just my thought process over the years. I'm a conspiracy man for about 12 years. Flat Earther since about 2013. So understanding is a greater story. So consider this in relation to what you have to say there, which I didn't know. But I say that all of the tall steel structure buildings that strewn throughout the earth, you've heard of Judy Wood and her directed energy weapons on 9/11. If everything is inverted in our tale here, then is there potential that, as we're in an enclosed flat earth system, right, is there potential, a broken system, is there potential to emanate energy from ground level and increase the barrier, decrease the gravitas of our situation, the pressing force? I say that all of this tall steel structure buildings, in conjunction with HARP, in conjunction with CERN, in conjunction with chemtrails, are facilitating this greater emanation of Earth generated energies to push back the barrier above. And if you're talking about a spiritual connection, well, that's a different matter. But just as you brought attention to that, I think that is the collective great work. I honestly do think that's the collective great work. And we're given clues, especially in the Judy Wood, the directed energy weapon. Think about the 9/11/88 memorial lights that went up. The energy going upwards like a Batman signal. If we're under some sort of barrier that's in a collapsed form, I'm done now. I'm done now. If we're under some sort of barrier of a collapsed form, then energy pushing upwards to alleviate the pressure. Well,
Listen, I'm just going to make one more suggestion. I feel like we should be, if anybody wants to talk about these conspiracies that are off limits, we all just go to Jump Pandas and speak freely. Yeah. And,
nah, dude, what the fuck? That is, no offense, dude. That's a terrible idea. That place is
No,
Yeah,
no,
just
I'm
take
a
over.
place
to
to
fucking
Jim
have
Pandas is great.
open free
Jim Pandas
speech.
is a great place to hang out. You're kidding.
You
I
just
mean,
take
go
over and talk
on.
about it, and show, and then you can either shut them down or show the. Or
You ever
show
wonder
the,
why you can talk about whatever you want on that server and they never get shut down?
Yes,
Of course, that's
I
what I'm saying.
did.
Either show the dishonesty and that it's not all things are equal while doing that, or if all things are equal, they get shut down. It's a win-win.
Well, it's like they're flagged the other way. They allow it more, it seems.
But Gio, come on,
I
bud.
mean, there's the couple topics that the social media companies are censoring or whatever, but I mean, we do have a Telegram channel, so I mean, Telegram is basically completely open, and I could even stream that one to like Odysee or Rumble. So I mean, technically, we could do that as well. Where Telegram
People trust YouTube, like normal people trust YouTube. Yeah.
Hey, hang on, Gio. Let me
hold
say
on. Well,
this to-
we
go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to go back. Oh, I don't know, Pete, because you brought up a bunch of topics, and then now we're back on the censorship thing. I was actually going to ask Platypus originally, and we don't have to totally go back to this, but I just wanted to ask because you originally mentioned the deep military underground bases and Space Force. I was going to ask you, so what do you think the connection is with that? Like, do you think that has to do with like a possible like Project Bluebeam, and that they're trying to control like that the Space Force thing also with whatever they're going to be doing with that would then be connected to the underground bases as well, and that would be connected to a possible event that they might coordinate with that? Is that where you were kind of?
No, it's misdirection. It's totally misdirection. Right now, space travel is insanely popularized. Science fiction, Hollywood, all of that is pushed. They've been pushing space travel on us. But where all the money has been going towards research, I've been reading this. There's this book called The Silent War by John Pena Craven, and he was a he's a marine engineer, and he helped develop these deep submersible rescue vehicles. They're basically vehicles that can go tens of thousands of feet underwater and survive pressure and rescue submarine crews. And he says, this is a guy that believes in the moon landings and all that stuff. And he was saying that the technology that our government is developing towards underwater operations is more advanced and more funded than space. And this is back in the 70s, right? We'd already been to the moon. So I think a lot of this the space shit is complete misdirection, and that instead of going, they have us looking up when they're actually all moving down.
Now, 1 second, please. This is so important. Lots of information is being taken away as well. Who knows what stories we get to hear? We think
What's so information? What's so
we
important?
think
Go ahead.
we're all when we come to conspiracy land, we think we're all privy to such deep information that we tell all our friends and families, and we lose them. And okay, but here's a conspiracy for you, or a story that I came across, which was that at the same day that man landed on the moon, there was a secret mission, just platypus, just take this as you will, a secret mission to the deepest depths of the ocean possible at that time. Now, I could go further and say that I don't want to take up too much time, but we were all flat earthers. If we remember the Hennessy commercial of the Picards back in 2016 or something like that, and we have the father going upwards in the balloon, the altitude balloon, and then a sudden cut to the sun going downwards in a submersible. So if there's a different sort of story being told throughout the narrative, what can we make of it? So that's exactly brilliant. On the same day the man went to the moon, they made the greatest venture to the deepest depths of the ocean. Yeah. And another thing, Neil Armstrong, go north, Mr. Alien. You can see how you reverse Neil Armstrong, go north, Mr. Alien. Is there some connection there? Is there a deeper story that's been told to us that we're just coming to terms with right now within a proper context, a flat earth enclosed, watery, bubble-like context? I wonder. Nice one, though. Nice one, Flatty.
Well, yeah, and if you look at the most developed aircraft for space travel prior to the moon missions, I linked it in the chat to Geo. It's if you just scroll up a little bit. I can link it again, though. It's called the Boeing X-20 Dinosaur. They're just putting it... They fucking called it a dinosaur, dude.
Telling you.
They're telling you, dude. They're telling you it's fake.
They're telling you, but now here's the layer of it. So you can say it's fake and then just do a Nathan Oakley on it. Cuss out Whitsett when he talks about ether or maybe the possible nature of reality. But yeah, you can throw out all the shit that they present then and take nothing further from it. Look at the world with new childlike wonder, or you can decode what they presented, and everything that is given to us is potentially gold. It's gold because the lie is deliberately based on a greater, truer story. So that's what I say. And I didn't mention Aristarchus once.
Yeah, and just to put like some of this deep underground military stuff into perspective, one of the most successful countries throughout the history of modern warfare was Switzerland. And their number one strategy was to turn their entire country into a deep underground military base. Those structures are still used today. And if it's a winning strategy, why would you stop using it? Why wouldn't you adopt it, you know?
Also, Pete, what is a Gnorts?
Well, you've got a poetic license. Go North, Mr. Alien.
Go north?
Go North, Norts, Mr. Alien.
Okay.
It's just, okay, you have to use a little bit of leeway. Can I just say, Platypus, I drove to my sister's wedding from Ireland here to Italy, like Bellagio, northern Italy, and I sort of did the diagonal through France. France is a wonderful country. France is absolutely gorgeous, beautiful. But here's my point. I drove back up. Actually, I drove to Switzerland. Maybe I'm coming and going. Actually, I drove whatever way anyway. Actually, coming. So yeah, because you're going through the Alps. So I drove to Switzerland, and I also drove back through Switzerland. Beautifully scenic. Honestly wondrous. If you've never done it, it's beautiful, wondrous. But it's so cold. My impression was so cold. The minute I was met at the border, there was all of these army men around with heavy machinery, demanding this with cold sort of visages, and just official sort of demanding. I didn't like that one bit. But as I was driving back, the same thing, I got the impression that, and I have more to say about this, but because I met a few Switzerland people in Ireland, but just this cold, sort of disjointed, distracted, separate place in all the rest of the countries as well, because I drove back. Chloe, let me finish. I drove back up through Germany, Belgium, Holland, etc. But here's my point. I got that impression, and I met a couple in Ireland here, and they were from Switzerland, and there's a massive depression level amongst the Swiss people. That's my point ultimately. Massive depression level amongst the Swiss people, and yeah, this is the greater setting. Then this is the greater cost of isolation or cost of power, I guess. I'm
Uh,
done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done.
I was
I'm so
gonna
glad
engage
I
with
don't
you, but
smoke. Yeah, I'm so glad I don't smoke weed. I mean, like, cause I remember when I used to, and then somebody would speak like Pete, and I would just get like nauseous. I would literally start getting freaked out. Like, I'm so glad I don't smoke weed. Good.
I was gonna say
Yeah, but
something
that's a
to
true
that.
story.
I
That's a
didn't.
true story, and go back to Switzerland and the core of the heart of the power, right? That's a true story, though. So it's just a tale. Take what you will of it, and it was on point. What did it take? A minute to tell?
Well, thank you for sharing. I appreciate it because this is,
No worries, man. No
yeah,
worries.
this is like an offshoot for me of, the globe lie, right. They've got us all craning our necks, looking at the sky, thinking about whatever these cartoons are showing us, when all of their
Yeah, that was
money
yeah.
and time and effort is going into what I would say is, deep underground, deep
Yeah,
underwater
they use
military
nautical terms
installations.
and submerge in the sea of tranquility and all these nautical terms. But it was the one interesting point that Pete did make is that they went down while saying they're going up, or maybe they were going up while going down. They believe in some kind of like equal force.
Right.
You need to go yin yang, have to go down to go up. I don't know.
As
Yeah,
above, so below. But this is my point. Once you get into their decoding, remember the story is beautiful. The story is our own story, so don't write anything off. That's what I'm trying to say. So everything, Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, the whole scenario is a complete fabricated setting. Is it the fabricated setting of the mind of the Joker, the devil? You decide, or is it from the mind of God to reveal
You're
the
blowing my
truth
buzz, man.
to
I don't even
us?
smoke weed. You're freaking me out again.
well, check this out. Look at all of the technological advancements that have come from NASA. 90% of it has to do with operating underwater. It's all like fucking wetsuits and fucking zippers and breathing apparatuses. Look at it. Go ahead, look it up.
This is my point, though, but as astronautical, I ask flat earthers, what have you replaced the vacuum of space with in your mind's picture? I get a vague answer, no answer most of the time, vague answer the rest of the time. Very seldomly do I get the answer that it's waters beyond. It has to be waters beyond to some degree or other because we have 70% of the fucking flat earth surface covered in water. So then you build your picture beyond there. But it's ultimately coming down to you asking another man a question and hoping the man will answer honestly that he's on the same
What's the
quest
science
that all of
for
us
the
are
water
on.
above? What's the science for that? The density gets less and less as you go higher. So what kind of water would be up there? Less dense water? Uh,
I think
If
it's no heavy water. It's actually more dense water. It's heavy cold waters. Hell is
why
above
doesn't it
us.
fall?
That's why the dumbs are going beneath us because the answer is beneath us. But
Why doesn't it
that's a
fall?
different
Is it
matter,
dripping?
isn't it?
Is it falling? Is it dripping? I mean,
Yes, it is. I hold that it is. I hold as an energy barrier withholding the waters beyond, and they're being disassociated into their pure water, as we would call it, and their soul.
Sorry, when you said energy barrier, you mean like a Star Trek force field kind of thing?
Yes, similar, but broke. We're in a broken
Oh,
system. You
I
have to
envision
understand
it.
we're in a broken system. That's why I mentioned about all of the tall steel tower structure.
so if
CERN.
we have a sun, if we have a sun,
Yeah,
right we have a sun, right, and here on Earth things go up towards the sun. So on the other side of the sun, right? How would that interact with between same amount of space from here to the sun as the barrier to the sun, where
I think
the
there's two
waters above would
barriers.
still
that's
fall.
First of
They
just,
would
all,
you
fall.
can really only
okay.
speculate on that. We don't even know where the sun
Yeah, but
is. We don't know how
okay,
big it
one second,
is.
one second. I will speculate and go again, or just my own thoughts on it. There's two barriers in play. What Jeremy was talking about in terms of reflections in the sky. Well, you need a reflective surface. Do you know all inferior mirages on Earth?
You don't need.
Uh,
I disagree with that premise already. You don't need a reflective surface.
well, what do you need? Okay, why do you disagree?
I mean, have you ever seen a rainbow?
You need a reflective surface for a rainbow. What is a rainbow, bud?
The water is in the air.
So is
Not
that a
a hard
reflective
reflection.
surface? Is that a surface
Yeah,
that is reflecting? Thank you.
right.
No
Yeah.
worries. Yeah.
No, right.
Okay.
But as long as you're not saying we
Yeah,
need a
that's
hard
okay. We're on
reflective
the same
surface.
page. We're on the same page. I'd love to find out where you think the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow is, but that's a different question. Yeah, so we're on the same page. So ultimately, we're just going along with the thought, first of all. So if we think in terms of a reflective surface, some sort of energized barrier, invisible barrier, Jeremy, holding back waters, and water we know is the most reflective of surfaces, well, then we have a display. We have a chandelier-like display in a sense, which gives us a reflective source.
So you think the
So as a
sun could be a
source, go on.
you think the sun could be a sonoluminescence thing, and the reflections coming off like a two-way mirror, like in a dressing room or something?
I think the sun is a secondary emanation of what? I have a few thoughts. Primarily Polaris. I think Polaris is the primary source or reflection of what's going on beneath. And this is what I was saying about taking what the moon landing, all of the narratives offered, and not seeing through the literal. That's fair enough. It's like the Bible. See through the literal. Don't throw it out then and discard it. See how it plays its greater role in the truth. The truth. Your
We have
story.
we
All
have a
of our story.
sun, right? And the sun, like it brings the water towards towards it, right? And from all directions, from a center point in a spherical manner, right? Like how does that? I mean, and
Wait,
that could
why does that
form
happen? Hold on, what happens? The
the
sun does
sun.
Oh
what?
no, the sun doesn't bring the water towards it. The sun
It
doesn't bring the water
evaporates. It
towards it,
doesn't.
bud.
It
Yeah,
doesn't
but it
evaporate the
doesn't
water.
bring it towards the sun. It doesn't. The water has no particular direction. Anyway, that's it. If Jeremy, what you want? I mean, yeah. Go on. You were trying to get in.
The one time
I'll
I
give
really
you.
didn't care if I got in or not, you're gonna let me in. Thanks, Pete.
Yeah, but I don't. I can expand upon this stuff according to my own
No,
thoughts.
it's
So
good.
please
Let
get
me go.
in.
Hold on.
Hey, we got new mods, Jeremy. I didn't know we had new mods in the house.
Is Geo's a mod? That's the only person I'm certain is definitely another mod other than me.
Hey, Montreal, did you just bring it to stage 2? You don't want to bring it to stage 2, my friend.
He knows what you're doing.
Hey, by the way, let me just respond. Remember I said that there's an energized barrier, Jeremy. This is just look, just go along with it. Energized barrier, it disassociates the waters beyond. So we have saline waters beyond, and we have the salt and a water disassociation. The clouds themselves are actually salt particulate, which absorb the water. That's what I think, and that's how they retain a form. It's not water is formless. Every flat earther should be saying all clouds should be flat, at least unless they come up with some sort of a realistic explanation
Clouds
as
aren't
to
flat.
why all clouds are not flat, because water is formless. That's the basis of their reckoning that Earth is flat, right?
But they
That
are flat.
water
There's a
is
horizontal
formless.
gradient at the bottom of clouds that shows them to be flat. Yeah.
Yeah, that's very true.
It is very true, but how many flat earthers do you hear talking about this or making these illogical declarations?
But I think flat Earth needs to be rebranded. Calling people flat earthers does not represent anything that we're really talking about.
It's a psyop, right?
There's some
Now
out
you're
there who would
talking.
say that we're living in like a contradiction, right? Like going from one contradiction to another. I used to talk to this guy, but they banned me. But he would say it's dangerous to go from one contradiction to another one, calling the Earth flat when it's not flat.
Yeah,
Right.
Well,
was
I
that you,
agree.
Platypus, that said that? Change the terminology.
Yeah, that was me.
Good call, bro. I couldn't agree with you more.
Well, do you know
We
what the
all
other
Anyone
know
have
thing
any
is?
that
ideas? Any ideas?
needs
1 second.
Yeah,
You know what
sure.
the
Truth,
ultimate
or whatever, or just call yourself by your name. But if you must call yourself something, why not truther?
Well, I agree. There doesn't
categorize
necessarily.
people. And
I mean, there doesn't have to be like a
go ahead,
name or
Joe.
a term. However, we are living. It's like this situation where the Earth isn't a globe, just that alone, and then what the truth of the Earth actually is, and then And there's these words like, like a stationary plane, topographical plane. There's all those terms.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And I agree with you. Like, I don't have any need myself to have like a label. Like, even if there was some new term, it's not like I would have any need to associate with that. However, if, just in terms of talking about it, referring, that's why that term flat Earth has been so ubiquitous. But there isn't really another. Well, like what other terms could be used just in terms of talking about some of these topics? You're saying just
we have to.
I think at the stage that we're at right now with the entire discussion, whatever we call ourselves shouldn't try to say what it is, but instead identify what it isn't.
Okay.
Because we don't have a
There's
full
some thinking.
picture.
So like non-glober, we'd be labeled. First of all, we have to label everything, Gio. Like we got to be put in categories and label things and all that. So, I mean, do we say we're non-globers or?
I think globe skeptic probably comes
the
closest.
1 second.
One
Please.
second.
That's a good one.
Go ahead.
I have a point to make here, Jeremy, to answer your question. Here is the conundrum, right? In our minds, remember, we're all here as individuals. Everything's going on in a mental aspect. We're brains in a vat, if you want to consider the vehicle that's our body. So we're pondering, considering all of these things in the now. The ball Earth has given us a complete picture in terms of the blue marble. This is why flat Earth is a psyop. Because now we're after erasing that. None of that's true, which is going back to your point, which is not sufficient platypus, because that won't work. None of that's true. But when we come to flat Earth, then how can you make a declaration of something that you haven't said what it is? Flat Earth. What do you mean? What do you mean? What is Earth now? We have the ball Earth, blue marble is erased. What is Earth then? I don't know, but it's flat. You can't say it. It's a contradiction. It's a paradox. It's a road to nowhere. It's a road to nowhere. It leads nowhere at all. This is why. Hang on. This is a saving grace. This is why flat Earth is a psyop, but it's not as if there's more for us to follow the threads along to a certain path, which leads us home. That's what I would say.
Pete, that first of all, you're a psyop. Second of all, that wasn't in response to anything I even said or asked you, anyone or anything. So I don't know why you said in response to Jeremy, but for three, it's all. I mean, it's all happening above a stationary horizontal plane, right? So I mean, it itself isn't flat, but it's happening above this horizontal. You could say water, the surface of still water at rest is flat. Right, Essie?
I mean, the first definition of the dictionary for the word flat is horizontally level. So to say the Earth is flat does fit in terms of, in my viewpoint, being horizontally level.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that it's flat in the definition that there's no, like there's another definition of flat which has to do with, the actual surface variation. So obviously there's topographical variations of elevation, but that's only at ground level or when you're down near the thing. If you were in like God mode and you were way, way, way up above this huge planar surface, if you were so far away from it in theory, then the variation would be very, very minimal, and it would be more like flat even in that.
It'd be like if you took a microscope and on some like like a pool table or something. Pool table's flat, right? But if you took a microscope in it, there'd be all these ridges and bumps and shit. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but hang on, please. I'm not being so specific. I'm here. We go. Here, brilliant connection. IPS entered the arena with the I am Mark Sargent meme. Do you remember that? Anyone who was here at the time? So here we have the possibility Earth is an infinite plane. Okay, none of us can prove it correct or incorrect, but it's problematic at its very core, isn't it? Because we haven't said what Earth is. What? Just the surface? Hang on. What about the atmosphere? What about the water? What about the confines? Because the blue marble has given us all of what Earth is. What are we going to replace it with? A term flat? That's stupid. It's fucking stupid.
Could you ever prove infinity? I feel like that is something that no one could ever prove, no matter how long you lived or anything. Like could never prove infinity.
Okay.
Well, maybe there won't be a term. Maybe there won't be like some term that replaces flat Earth at all. Maybe it'll just be the all of the components of the Earth not being a globe, the geometry, all the different components, and when people ask about it, instead of just being able to label it like, oh, it's this, instead of that, it may be like that you have to actually explain what it is rather than just a name. I mean, I do think that flat earth term was linked with the globe, because with the globe programming came this flat earth term. Oh, they used to think the earth was flat. Ha, ha, ha. So it's like, that's like a psyop term that's connected with the globe thing in the first place.
Exactly,
I don't think
brother. Yes.
Yeah, like in ancient times, the ancient Ayurvedics, they weren't walking around being like, Earth is flat. Like, I don't think they were using those terms. I mean, they definitely had their cosmologies that used the plane of existence of Earth and so on. But yeah, I don't think they used that term. It came with the globe programming.
Yeah, it's most definitely a psyop term. If you hear a president using Flat Earth Society, you know that man, whoever said it, had nothing to do with it. The speech was written. It was planned. It's put there for a reason, and the reason is ridicule. When people hear flat Earth, they envision you with a straw hat with a straw in your mouth, a dumb hick, something like that. That's what it's meant for.
There's millions. Hang on, please. You're talking about Barack Obama. Yet there's millions and millions and millions and millions flat Earth after developing on the back of, not even necessarily on the back of that, but since then anyway. So it sort of backfired in a way then, didn't it, SC? Unless that was their purpose to begin with, is to
Well, that's the Streisand effect, Pete. Yeah, maybe they didn't realize that they were going to get the Streisand effect. When you try not to talk about something and make a big scene, then everybody talks about it, right?
They know everything. Don't be fucking selling the greatest minds on this planet short. They know everything. They create the outcome. They create the circumstances to deliver the outcome. Don't be thinking Streisand effect me arse.
I also think there's a way, even if the flat Earth does have a psyop component to it, there's also a way to kind of like reattribute it, which I think a lot of people have done, like by using the term specifically without that same connotation that they give with the psyop, but actually like kind of reappropriating it and actually like owning it kind of thing. It's not really something I've ever done myself, although I do sometimes. I'll say to sometimes to people like, "Oh, the Earth is flat" and stuff. And there is, so in a way, I don't detest the term, right? Or like avoid it necessarily, but I also don't use it for myself. I don't call myself a flat earther, and I don't really necessarily. If I was really going to get into a conversation with someone, I just think the term flat Earth is too simplistic. It doesn't really, to me, it doesn't give enough actual detail and nuance, and it doesn't have enough depth of a term to really just call the entire Earth, just call the entire Earth just a 4-letter word flat. That's just not really, it's not like enough.
You know it, bud, and you know it because you're on your own pathway here, and flat Earth is just the beginning. It is just the beginning. The first realization we come to is that, hang on, all the great minds in history then we're given a fabricated story, but they all know that we're living on a stationary surface. They all know a greater truth. So, and their own cooperation, conjunction, just in terms of your own governments or a country's intelligence system or whatever, they all know it at certain levels, these core truths. So there's a different game necessarily in play. If you're not personally involved, well, then what's your quest? Not you, Gio, just what's one's quest as an individual? I want to fucking find out the truth because I want to know who claims authority over me. But as far as I'm aware, Gio, all of these official powers, they claim subservience to me. You know what I mean? I want to find out what the fucking truth of my situation is, and if you know
it's
something,
most likely like some civilization living past the 60th parallel. If you're really wondering, it's most likely somebody there.
Yeah, but then that leaves us hopeless in a sense. If we can't hope to know everything here, where's God in all of this? Did God throw us into all of this, Geo, into the devil's realm, with all of these fucking oppressing horrors?
What's the big rush to find God? Believe me, you're going to die. You're going to find out. What's the big rush?
Sorry about that, bud. The minute we're born, we're dying. We're cut off
right.
from the
Well,
core.
I was saying, what's the big philosophical, not just with you, but with everybody, the big philosophical
because there has to be a purpose
God,
then. There has to be a purpose then. And I come back to a creator. With the spinning ball Earth, I know nothing. Is there now a capability for me to know everything? I say absolutely.
Just ask God what's your
because
purpose.
We're all eternal. So if we've entered into this material matrix, has the capability within us been given potentially to put the pieces together?
Listen, if you believe there's a God, then just ask God. I mean, step one of what you're doing wrong, not you, but anybody, if you're doing wrong, is asking men, what does God want from me? Ask God if you believe in God, and
Never
you'll get
asked,
your
and
answer.
actually, you don't know my story. I know God. Well, I'm not gonna say that like because it sounds stupid, unless it doesn't sound stupid. But yeah, I have a personal relationship with the Creator, God, in my own way. And if I told you some of
Yeah,
my
that's why I didn't
stories,
mean to say you. It's just a broad term when I said
okay,
it. But,
okay.
yeah.
And that's what I would say. That's what I said at the very start here tonight. After we realized the back and forth between all the returning bowlers, it serves us so far. Then we got to move forward in terms of our own personal story. And this
No,
is where
I was gonna comment on that. I hear people say that, like, oh, it feels like it's the same, types of arguments and things. And I mean, first of all, it's up to you or anyone to either engage or not engage with anyone. So nobody has to engage with anyone ultimately. So like, even if Zanuck was in here or somebody trying to like defend the globe and go in circles, since it's an open panel and open topic, a lot of the times, I mean, somebody could just say, okay, well, thanks for sharing, Zanuck, and then just literally open up a new topic. Like Platypus came in and opened up a new topic. Seems like we didn't quite stay on it. We went to different things, but I'm just saying, like, nobody has to engage if they find the conversations unproductive or some particular conversation with debating someone on the globe. Because I understand, yeah, I mean, the Earth not being a globe, there's only so much they can say, and it's mostly stuff off Google. It's mostly, we know the whole story. And the other thing I was going to say, though, in a positive way with that, is that the way that I view a lot of these discussions, it's not just on this platform. I'd say on many platforms that are discussing, related topics to all of these similar topics. To me, it's like everyone on Earth is not discussing this. There's only a select few that are. Now, what the percentage of that is in total that are even thinking or talking about it. So in my viewpoint, and this gets a little bit more into like sort of consciousness and ether and how we're all connected and kind of deeper components of that. But what I was trying to say in general is that if there's only a select few talking about it, the way I see it is that in a way we are like processing it for the rest of humanity. So let's say you got 1,000 people talking about it and then you got billions out there. Well, since if 1,000 people are talking about that thing, that 1,000 are kind of carrying the torch in a way and are kind of maintaining the energy and all the dynamics and all of the components for the rest of the masses. Now, the rest of the masses may not necessarily know about it or even know that we're talking about it or the details of it. But I think energetically, kind of through consciousness and the ether and the interconnectedness of us all, we actually are processing and working through these components. And so that when it does become more well-known and when things do come out more, people are going to already be attuned to it in a way. Like there's already going to be some level of familiarity because we've already done a lot of the digging and a lot of the processing. And I actually think that's how paradigm shifts happen. It usually only happens with a select few that are coming to new understandings or new discoveries. And then when that comes out to the larger collection of people, it's sort of accepted more readily or more easily because a lot of that processing and a lot of the work has already been done.
Gio, wonderfully said as well, and I absolutely agree with you. Absolutely agree with you completely. And I actually mentioned this as well. We never know where us as individuals, our next clue is going to come from. You can understand the frustration by me. Let's just take me as a person. So dealing with Zanuck over the last 5 years, he's just looking for someone new to come up, like Dr. Bob tonight, tomorrow, and he'll go through the same effort and go through the same rigmarole with them with infinite patience, which is fair enough. Who knows what the greater effect is, and that's maybe the purpose of it all. But from the point of view of a regular club member, you know what I mean. As you're living your now, as you're listening in, doing what you're doing, of course you're going to tune out, or you're going to become frustrated, and that's a different matter. I guess then your destiny or your course is to go elsewhere or to seek some sort of happy medium. But very well spoken, Gio, and it actually echoes my own sentiment as well. And the purpose of all of this, that this greater resonance will come to all of us. Will come to all of us, and it's via the greatest sort of resistance sometimes that the individual is awoken or shaken quickest. And I actually, just to finish, actually think this is what all of the fucking obvious media fakery stories are about, and how the ballers' adamant rejection of any mere mention of any possibility en masse is, accelerating the listener or the hearers or the considerers mindset to see through the nonsense.
Yeah, like you've heard that, like Rupert. Sorry, go. I was just gonna say real quick, like Rupert Sheldrake's work with morphic fields, morphogenetic fields, and like just a quick example of it. Like there's like then this research where there'll be monkeys in South America and monkeys in Africa, and like when the monkeys in South America figure out how to like use it, they like figure out a new tool, like they use a stick and they put it down in a hole to get the ants out of the hole to eat the ants or whatever, something like that. Once they figure that out in South America, it's like instantly the monkeys over in Africa seem to know how to use that same tool. So it's almost like because the other guys figured it out, it seems to like his theory and idea is that there's these morphic fields or morphogenetic fields where when linking that in with ether, it gets, that's interesting too. I don't know what his particular Rupert Sheldrake's viewpoints on ether are, but he's basically talking about these kind of fields that interconnect biological species and organisms. Someone else is trying to get in, and then I kind of went. So let's let.
Well, no, I'll just say very briefly. It's in human equivalence. It's 100 Mankey effect, right? Okay, a joke. 100 monkey effect, 100 Mankey effect, or closest relative to monkeys. But that's okay. Yeah.
No, I'm good. That's what I was going to say about the Mankey. Yeah. I guess what's the maximum distance that sound can travel? I mean, I'm saying these words right now, this tone. So I guess they can't travel. They can't change. They can't travel around the world. I mean, I can't pick it up. I can't hear it. Is it not something? Is not something changing over there because of the vibration I'm making here? I don't know.
As above, so below. But I have different thoughts in this, and I know I talk a lot, but I won't go into it. I think there's an external beyond just saying. Then before I go, I think I've been saying it for a while. There's an external energy. What do you call it? Change, altering. This is what what the injections were all about. Our bodies have to be able to cater for this increase in frequency. So this is a facilitator for us conspiracy mind people, because so much power energy is centered around our brain, our thought process, our metabolism is already increased, so we can cater for these external energies more readily. But yeah, I'd have further to say about that. But I'll leave it for tonight. And sorry if I bothered anyone's ears. It's been a great conversation, and love to you all. Okay.
Yep. Cheers, Pete. Have a good one.
Thank you, Gio.
I got some news, Jeremy. I'm almost done.
Almost done what?
Yeah, I think Jeremy, the resistance Kosho has, he doesn't want to come to a conclusion. I think he doesn't want something definitive to be definitive.
No. Wait, me?
No, I think Kosho has I was sensing earlier in his tone of his voice a resistance to wanting to accomplish something that would be definitive.
He doesn't want this to end. Yeah,
that's what I mean. Yeah. Well, he kind of likes. I think you like your position, Kosho, that you kind of got all the globe data, and that you feel like, yeah.
I got some globe data, not all of it.
All right, I interrupted. Go ahead. That was just a thought I had because you seemed very reluctant to wanting to do these distances.
Well, no, I like problem solving, and Jeremy knows that. He's taking advantage of me, so sort of.
Not taking advantage of you. It's time you pull your weight around here and actually do something for once.
Yeah, see how he's like trying to fucking play mind games and make me feel guilty, and it's a whole thing, dude. But the truth is, I don't feel guilty. It's fun to try to, put these posts.
Yeah, I mean, just because you're like a mod in this room as a glober, it's not like you have responsibility to add value or anything. I mean, it's just a perk. You just get it freely. You receive it.
Yeah, well, I just fucked up. Hold on.
You don't have to feel guilty just because you're receiving so much for without putting anything in. You don't have to feel guilty.
Hold on a second.
So one day we're gonna melt down a whole bunch of plastic globes and make a monument of you
Really?
with the melted down globes. Yes.
Well, who's gonna make it? I want it to look stupid.
Armor will model it for you.
It's gonna be look like you. So I mean, it's probably is gonna look stupid, but
Yeah, well, I want it to be like a like a real, like, you know, like a wax museum thing. Look cool. But yeah, enough about that, dude. Because yeah. So give
did
me
you
a
get my
second.
4 GPs yet?
14 G's.
4 GPs.
Oh yeah. Give me a second.
You said that like an hour ago.
Well, something's going on with Google Sheets. It's not. Just give me a second.
You lost your script.
No, it's fucking. It's not.
You got the script. All right.
Trying to put it in order.
What's this new thing, this agreement you have, Jeremy, with Kosho?
Oh, there's no agreement. He's just my flat Earth secretary.
My God, dude. Never mind. I'm not. You don't need this. I'm not giving this to you. Dude.
I'm just kidding. You're not my flat Earth secretary. You're my assistant. You like
First
the
of
word
all,
assistant better.
how do you sort? I think I might have messed up my other sheet because.
You're like Dwight Schrute. You're assistant to the regional manager.
Okay, dude. I'm having trouble sorting this shit out. Hold on.
Coach was the assistant regional manager.
Assistant.
Assistant regional manager.
Hey, Harold.
Fuck.
I do like the idea of having like a square, like over a massive section of Earth, have a square which would have triangles within it, and like triangles for spherical excess, the square for the distances, and then the GPs for the circles of equal altitude, all in one.
Yeah, they already did.
Just all made out physically.
Made out physically.
Yeah, I can maybe send you the link, but what is his name? Brian's Logic already did this to find that we have more square miles of recorded Earth than the globe would allow. Using, I think, 3 or 4 GPs, or it was like 4 or 5 GPs. Like
Wait, what are you talking about?
Show focus, bro. Focus.
But
that's interesting. In the southern region, is he finding it in the south or in the north?
Let me see if I can find the video he did. It's like number 4 on his YouTube, so it should be easy.
Yeah, I mean, they basically, you look at like World War I, World War II. I mean, there's this huge like industrial era, whatever you want to call it, this whole era that we're in. So it's like, who knows what actually existed before World War I in terms of documentation of celestial navigation and GPs and circles of equal altitude and some of these components. There are even like a lot of ancient maps and even going before the 1800s and, like what level of sort of book burning and information scrubbing that has been done. And then World War I, World War II, and then there's like, the control over the Federal Reserve and the United Nations and all of that, to where at this point it's all been transitioned over to GPS. So it is kind of like a lost art, like the actual, because the circles of equal altitude on a planar surface will all be equal. That's why they're called equal altitude. They actually are equal in actual elevation and altitude. So that shows the planar surface, and it won't fit on a sphere. So, but that would have to be done. And I don't know of anyone who's out there, making GPs and circles of equal altitude. Well, there's the almanac that gives GPs, but I'm saying like not even going off an almanac, but actually going from scratch and actually doing it, on the Earth and actually verifying it.
I don't know if
the problem using that almanac is that it's based on a sphere. So
Yeah,
if you use that
exactly.
argument in any debate, you'll lose, and you'll not look too good because they'll tell you it's based on a sphere.
Well, they say, I don't think they say it's not, but the thing is that the positions on the Earth are still part of a coordinate system that are part of a map system. Like when they say, if they were to say, oh, this GP is at a particular location on Earth, that's connected to the coordinate system that's given for the globe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I just tagged you in his video, Gio.
And to make
Cool.
matters worse, the nautical mile, which they use for celestial navigation, is based on a globe cut in half, and the two circles at the equator, just use one of them, and they make 360 degrees, and they assign each degree to 60 nautical miles.
Yeah, so there's a
So
sphere
there's
of
that.
vision and a sphere of vision with movement of the stars. I mean, or is it a globe, the almanac?
Say again?
I mean, of course they assert that the almanac is based on a globe, right? But you said you can't use it because it's based on a globe. But I mean, it's just elevation angles to a star, right? And then how it drops in your vision as you move away from it, along with the rotating sky dropping as well. I mean, is that really a globe almanac? I don't know.
No, I'm not saying whether it is or not. I'm saying if you want to use the sextant and celestial navigation as flat Earth proof, when you get into talking with ballers about the nautical mile, they're going to tell you it's based on a globe, which is cut in half at the equator, and it's assigned 360 degrees, and each degree is 60 nautical miles.
Right. And what would the counter argument be then, if not they're taken from a flat baseline with elevation angles to Polaris and the stars with equal altitude above a flat plane, and the way that the lights in the sky rotate along with how they move respectively as you back away from them or move towards them.
There's no disagreement that system is used for navigation, has been used, right? The thing is one side claims it's based on a globe, and the other side says it's based on a flat Earth. And I say you can't prove it either way using that.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. So how is it still proof of a globe that you have to worry about bringing it up because it's proof of a globe? Like,
It isn't. You got lights in the sky that are known for centuries, millennia, that move in a certain pattern, and each year they reset and they make that pattern over and over again. And man, through the ages, has figured out a way to navigate. The Polynesians, the Chinese, the Egyptians, the Arabs, the Greeks, the Romans. The Polynesians used coconuts and ropes with knots tied in them. They had no written language. They had no paper. Everything was spoken by word, and yet they managed to do it. You think they had a nautical almanac? You think they had a GP to a star?
well, then how did they do it? With ropes?
Well, the Polynesians, they used coconut, they used the wind, they used the ocean currents, they used birds. For example, if they saw birds, they knew they were close to land, and all kinds of other things, the sun, the moon, the stars.
Yeah, but do you have any information on how they calculated without writing it down?
No, nobody knows because they had no written record. The most we know is that they tied certain ropes with knots.
Well, yeah,
As
I mean,
far
like
as I
once you
know.
start, like if you were just on some random place on Earth and you were just born there and you didn't know, didn't have anything. Once you start, like you can get a GP of a star just that's over you, and then create a circle of equal altitude from that one star. So you have like one star. You can put a little marker on the Earth, like, okay, it's right here. Put a little, a rock or whatever it is, and put that rock there, and then you build a circle of equal altitude from that. However far you want to go from it, you build multiple
until it's measurable. Something measurable, like 1 degree, is measurable.
Yeah, and then you just basically continue doing that. Take angles to other stars, build those circles of equal altitude and GPs, and you basically start mapping out the land and the water from where you're at. It kind of reminds me of that game like Minesweeper, on Windows, where you kind of click around and you keep opening up areas. So that's essentially how it can be done, where you just keep building circles of equal altitude, taking angles to the stars, and you end up creating a map because you end up plotting out all of the distances and the circles of equal altitude and the distances between the GPs. Then you have those mapped on the ground, and then you can take a flat sheet of paper or something on a flat surface and start making your marks and making your map.
Yeah, but you can't project it onto a flat piece of paper because these things are falling 1 degree. And if you travel enough degrees, that piece of paper is going to have a slope and then eventually curve around. That's how I think it became a globe, is because there's not enough paper. You had to make it a globe. You had to make it a ball or a circle.
Jeremy, does it matter where these positions are? Do they have to be in the United States? Do they have to be in the same place that people can actually get to? Because I got 3 good stars, good GPs. In order to use a 4th one, I got to fucking go to like Canada or something. If you're not going to respond, then I'm just going to do that.
Does anybody here know how to navigate or has navigated ever?
What do you mean?
You're talking about like with a
Navigation?
compass and like a map or what?
Yeah, we're using a sextant, old-fashioned style. I know. Who was it that did it? Not eggshells. Why do I always forget, man? The dude that says he grew up on a boat and lived on a boat.
Oh, that guy. Bio? No.
No.
Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid?
Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid. Yeah. Sorry, Kool-Aid. Yeah.
thing is, I've never done it practically, but I've used the stars. I'm doing it right now. I'm trying to make sure these stars work out. But I've never done it to actually practically travel.
No, what you're doing is you're taking angles and putting them into a program, and the program tells you where you're located.
What?
Is that what you're doing?
No. Any program that I used before was one that I wrote, first of all. And second of all, no, I'm not putting them in. I'm doing this by hand right now because I don't. That program I made was part of that bot, and the bot's fucking up right now. Sometimes it's too much trouble to code, so it's easier just to fucking do this shit.
Sean G navigated tractors. You had to level the ground, right, Sean? Rakia came up with a good one time. He says his worker texted him and he told him, I just finished watering the ground. You guys know what that means?
He was peeing on the ground?
No, he leveled a piece of land.
Oh, okay.
Is anybody else worried about Kanye? He kind of went crazy, like just saying a bunch of stuff that you're not allowed to say, and like nobody's heard from him. He said he was feeling tired and that he was going to go DEFCON 3 on the Brazilians, and then I guess he went to bed after that tweet, woke up, lost $2 billion, like went on Alex Jones's show, said some more crazy stuff, released a song, and then nobody's heard from him. Oh yeah, and he was wearing that mask now.
That was ridiculous.
Here, I'm gonna post the picture of him in the mask in the chat, just for a little more context, in case you haven't been paying attention. This is how he was dressed for his interview with Alex Jones and a few others. It's kind of crazy.
You know, if he's not dead, then he probably just hit the rails because, you know, it's a pretty big contrast being like, you know, top celebrity billionaire, you know, banging Kim Kardashian and whoever else, to hanging out with dudes like Owen Benjamin.
Oh, is he hanging out with Owen Benjamin now?
He was quoting Owen Benjamin when he was on Alex Jones, and Owen Benjamin joined him on the show for a little bit.
No way.
He makes it seem like he's being influenced by him somewhat.
Well, I mean, Owen Benjamin, he was a Hollywood celebrity who found out that the Earth wasn't a spinning ball, and that there's like a cabal of ethno-religious minorities who are like trying to fucking run the money system, and he kind of just went off grid. You know, he got his family out onto some land. So that's probably not the worst thing for Kanye, to be interacting with people like that. It was just crazy to see the media just try and bury him, and banks and like massive labels try and like punish him monetarily, all the while not calling him a liar, not saying that he's wrong, just calling him an anti-Semite. Like, not challenged. Like that's where the line is right now. That's being held back by the powers that shouldn't be. They can't even call their their biggest critics liars. They can only call them silly names that really don't mean anything, like anti-Semitic or racist. Kind of a happening. I got swept under the rug there.
Well, I bet Scott he was going to be president, but luckily he let me take that bet back.
Wait, which Scott? Scott Mackey?
No, Scott Veach.
Oh, Scott Beach. He's cool. I like Scott Beach.
Yeah, I bet Scott Veach 3 or gold ounce for 3.
You bet him 1 ounce of gold? That's kind of a lot.
Yeah, he let me take it back though, because I watched like the first 20 minutes of the interview, and then that's when I went in there and I said I made all these predictions, and he said he was going to be a flat earther or he's going to be president. But then I listened to the entire interview, and I should probably take my bet back.
Yeah, I mean, Kanye's probably more likely to end up dead than president, in my opinion, at this point. Like the media has it totally set up where it's like, oh, the untimely death of Kanye. He was losing touch with reality, and it was brought on by, losing massive amounts of money and not being able to see his kids. And it's like, even with the Harvey Pasternak text messages that Kanye revealed, where, this is a very powerful Hollywood personal trainer who has connections to the Canadian military intelligence. He was the handler of a couple of people who mysteriously ended up dying. And he's in these text messages threatening Kanye, saying, if you don't play ball, if you don't start acting the way we want you to act, we're going to put you in a psychiatric hospital, and, visits with your children will never be the same again. Something along those lines, like threatening his mental well-being and his relationship with his children. They're, I don't know.
Do you think that was a threat or a warning, though? Like, I don't know that guy, so I don't know the context.
Well, if you want to know how good of a personal trainer he is, one of his biggest clients is Lizzo, that fucking land whale. Okay? So he's obviously not a very good personal trainer. So what has he been spending all his time doing? Well, like I said, he's got connections with basically the equivalent of the Canadian CIA. He was supposed to work out with Mac Miller the morning that he died, and he was Mac Miller's personal trainer.
Right.
He's just been connected to like a lot of weird shit. And that text message is pretty damning. Let me see if I can read it for you. Have you read it?
Well, no, but because I get the gist of it, but I'm just curious. Like, are they friends? Because that would, it depends on who the person is that's saying something like that. Like, if they're friends,
dude, if somebody ever said that to me, they would definitely not be my friend. Here, I'll find the tweet right here. Hold up.
Sometimes you're trying to tell people, like, you're keeping it real and shit. So it's like to let them know like what they're potentially putting themselves through. But yeah, you're right. If they're not really friends like that, then it's definitely out of it's definitely.
So what would you do if your personal trainer / friend said this to you when you were saying things that were critical of a group of people that controls an industry? This is what Harvey said to Kanye. I'm going to help you one of a couple ways. First, you and I sit down and have a loving and open conversation, but you don't use cuss words, and everything that is discussed is based in fact and not some crazy dumb stuff that a friend of yours told you or that you saw in a tweet. The second option, I have you institutionalized, again, where they medicate the crap out of you and you go back to Zombieland forever. Play date with the kids just won't be the same.
Oh, you're saying like he'll put him there? Then yeah, that's different. Then yeah.
Second option, I have you institutionalized again, where they medicate the crap out of you and you go back to Zombieland forever. Play date with the kids just won't be the same. This is a personal trainer connected to military telling one of the richest men in the world, one of the richest black man in America, that he'll fucking have him go to Zombieland, threatening him and his relationship with his children. I mean,
that's fucked up.
Dude, the fact that that's not being talked about as much as it should be is deeply concerning to me. He should be fucking talking to Owen Benjamin, dude. He needs to get the fuck out of the situation that he's in. If I was getting text messages like this, I'd be loading magazines, bro.
Dude, that's because Kosho's people got it locked.
Dude. No, I don't think you need to be a flat earther to see that this is disgusting behavior, and that we need to stand behind our brothers and sisters that are being fucking treated like that. I don't care how rich or poor you are. Being threatened like that is disgusting. That makes me sick. Makes me sick to my stomach.
I agree. Absolutely. Sickening.
Yeah, I have no remorse for people like that. Here, let's. You know what? This is always fun. Let's just go ahead and check out the Wikipedia page of Harley Pasternak.
Who's Harley Pasternak?
Harley Pasternak is the personal trainer, the guy connected to the Canadian military. That was the personal trainer of Kanye West, who was sending that text message. He's the one who said he'll send Kanye to Zombieland.
Oh, he's the one that sent in the text message, no doubt.
Mm-hmm. Harley Samuel Pasternak is a Canadian personal trainer, motivational speaker, author, and television host. Early life. Pasternak is Jewish and grew up in a typical Ashkenazi household. That's interesting. I guess a typical Ashkenazi household produces the type of person that would threaten somebody going to Zombieland. That's disgusting. Okay, Pasternak graduated from York Mills, blah, blah, blah. He had a degree in physiology and nutritional sciences. Okay. During his time at the University of Toronto, Pasternak served as a nutrition and exercise scientist at the Department of National Defense's Defense and Civil Institute for Environmental Medicine. Sounds important. Let's see who some of his notable clients are. In 2022, Pasternak cut ties with rapper Kanye West after West posted a series of anti-Semitic messages on social media. In response, West released a tweet which purportedly showed texts between the two alleging that he had been drugged out of his mind to make him a manageable, well-behaved celebrity. At least Wikipedia got that right.
I mean,
in 2012... Sorry, go ahead.
No, we could go over this guy. I was just going to say, is what Kanye said true about that group of people controlling the media or the music industry or whatever?
Is it true?
I've never looked into it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would just look towards Voltaire. You know, if you want to know who rules over you, look at who you can't criticize.
Oh, yeah, no, it's a good quote. I feel you.
So, dude, I'm just a layman. I'm just an average Joe, dude. I'm not even qualified to fucking plug in a light bulb, dude. But you don't need to be a fucking genius to fucking connect these dots.
I hear you.
We were talking about lobbyists before. Same score.
Oh, yeah. Always.
No nuclear physicist required here to figure that one out.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, you got to understand that these hierarchies have like all the different tiers of this triangle, right? You know, the top of the triangle would be the top of the hierarchy. They're compartmentalized and like hermetically sealed. So like there are levels of this power structure that they operate together, but they don't even know where they sit in this power structure. Like only the person at the top, only the group at the top or whatever of that power structure knows that they're at the top. So like to say like, oh yeah, it's this group that controls the banks and the media and all that. I'm like, oh, that's nice. That's nice and all, but that's way too easy to just have them as like patsies, you know?
They got this like Kaiser Soze thing going on, you're saying?
Yeah. I mean, if I'll just speak like plainly, you'll have people be like, oh, it's the Jews. And it's like, no, the Jews are controlled by the Vatican. And then, no, the Vatican's controlled by the reptilians. It's like, you know, maybe it's a little bit of all of that, or maybe it's none of it. You know, do groups have extreme in-group preference and garner fucking power and only trade amongst themselves and not trade with others? Yes, of course. But does one group control all the groups, or are all the groups controlled by another group? That's where things get a little hazy for me. And it's like, I would like to judge a man by the content of his character and not the fucking label that society gives them.
If Kanye ran for president, would you vote for him?
Hell no, I don't vote. I'm non-participatory. I know that our government would lie to us to circumvent the democratic process and go to war, fund other wars, send, my brothers and sisters to die. So
I
why
don't
would
vote either,
why
but-
would I think that the fucking election that they wouldn't lie about that? That's beyond me.
I hear you. I don't vote either. But is there anyone that would run for president that would make you actually go vote?
Dude, anybody that's willing to say the things that are not allowed to say, that you're not allowed to say, if they're out there saying things that they're not allowed to say, if they're being transparent with how their campaign is being funded, if they're demanding that the Federal Reserve, the Clinton Foundation, like NASA, be transparent with their money and what it's being used for, I mean, maybe I'll fucking give them a second look. But I don't think I'll ever go to a polling booth and fucking check off a name on a piece of paper and think that I'm doing something like useful ever again. That's not.
Why would you wear a mask, go on a show, make yourself look like a complete moron, racist idiot, and insult one of the biggest Netanyahu, one of the biggest like mass murderers, if you want to call him that, in the world, and think that nothing's gonna happen to you? Like, why would you do a thing like that?
Because he's a man. He's a fucking man, dude.
No,
he's
that's
being pushed.
stupid,
Motherfuckers
bro.
are pushing on him, dude. They're fucking.
You don't wear a mask and go with nets, bro. You go like a man, dress like a man, talk like a man. You don't go like and make yourself look like a buffoon. Why would you do that? Yeah, you go
Is
like
that
a
what
man.
Kanye did? Is that
You
what
comb
Kanye
your
did?
hair, you shave your freaking mustache, whatever, you trim your beard, and you go there looking like a man. Maybe you'd even wear a suit. Yeah.
That's what Kanye did. He wore a mask and something.
No, I'll tell you why he
Bro,
wore a mask. I'll tell you why he
look
wore
at
a
the life
mask.
text.
Dude, he fucking wore that mask so that nobody could prove that that was him. Because he just lost $2 billion over a tweet. So if he's going to go out and say stuff that's going to possibly get him to lose more money or even be charged with some fucking hate speech, he's going to do it with a mask on. He's going to use the fucking whole masking thing to flip it on them, dude. I think it was genius, personally.
Come on, bro. With the fishnet, he's got a fishnet. And I mean, anybody see that interview? I mean, I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty dope. He was saying all the things that he's not allowed to say, that no one's allowed to say. That if a normal person said that, they would lose their fucking job. They would get in big trouble. It's great to see a free man speak freely. I love it.
I agree with you 100% on that, but my opinion, he went about it the wrong way. Let's put it that way.
He's a fucking weird guy. No doubt. He wanted to marry Kim Kardashian. That's bizarre to me. But to each his own,
Oh, so you got my 4 GPs yet or what?
Does it matter where they are?
Bro.
Like,
I need 4 GPs as far away from each other as possible.
yeah, but do people actually have to go there?
Yes, this has to be a place where people can actually go, yes. Don't make it 90 from Polaris or something crazy. Oh, I'm glad we got that straightened out before you did something silly.
Are people actually going to go there, though?
We need to be able to go there. Don't give me anything at the South Pole or something.
It's not that.
Give me something.
Dude, you don't know how fucking impossible this is. I'm making it stretch, but we'll see what can happen.
Bro, 4 GPs within sight of each other so they can all see the other one's stars. That's all. And the angles and the distances. Why is this hard? Do I need to get like the Boat Boy Kool-Aid or something on it?
Why don't you
Boat
shut your
boy.
fucking mouth, dude? Just give me
He
about
loves
2 minutes,
boats.
all right?
He tells me every time, he's like, I love boats. I told him the other day, I'm like, dude, you sound like the guy from Anchorman. I love Lamp. What's his name?
Right.
Forgot his name.
Rick, played by Steve Carell.
Corral, yeah.
Why do you need 4 equally far apart, Jeremy?
They don't have to be equally far apart. In fact, that's not even possible.
Okay, but why do you need 4?
Because I need 4.
Good answer.
Don't worry about why. You'll find out. It's a surprise.
Oh yeah. Here's a surprise. Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, I know.
That would be
We know.
very
We
surprising.
I know you know. I know you know.
know.
I'm already on to you guys, Jeremy. Look at the live chat.
You're on to me? You don't know what I'm doing.
You and Kosho. Yeah, look at the live chat.
Kosho don't even know what he's doing.
They're the same guy. I see.
This is what. Yeah, they are, right? Yeah. This is what you want to do, no? Put a square on a sphere?
It's not going to be a square, but it'll work nonetheless.
I knew it.
We don't know. And we don't know if this doesn't mean. No, hold on. We're not putting a square on a sphere. We're putting 4 points down, 4 GPs, and then we're going to get the distance to all the points because they're all going to be able to see each other's stars, so they can all do celestial navigation and get the distance to all the other ones. I don't know why Coach was having a hard time with it.
You're saying you would have. Well, he thought you wanted a square, not just 4.
Chuck, I didn't. Yeah, I know, but we established the square was impossible. But Chuck, sorry, I didn't want to shut you down earlier. I just wanted a couple minutes with Bob.
Oh, that's fine. I had to go anyway.
It's tough to get in.
I know.
Try to fight with mad people at the same time.
Dude, I like you. I'm another Jeremy anyway, but no hard feelings.
Why is
Even
everybody
if you
so
told me
gay
to
for
fuck off,
Jeremy
I
lately, dude?
wouldn't. What's that?
Everyone's so gay for Jeremy, dude. Like there was the other day, Nate was talking about wanting to do an experiment with him. He's
No,
like
my
fucking
first
excited
name
as
is
hell about
Jeremy.
it.
Jeremy, and Jeremy.
Well,
Hey, wait,
Kosho, dude, people got love for you, bro. I've always appreciated you as being on the other side and being like pretty reasonable. Probably the most reasonable.
I wouldn't say that. But
I've
I
known you
appreciate that.
since like 2016, dude. I remember back on the first Flat Earth 24/7 Discord.
Yeah.
He was on there a bunch.
Yeah, the good old days. But yeah, I appreciate it. And but Chucky, did you say is your name Jeremy too? I forget.
My first name. Oh, I just blew a stop sign. My first name is Jeremy. I don't use my first name though.
Yeah, because that's my name too. But I've told you that.
I know. That's what I was saying. It was Jeremy
Yeah.
on Jeremy crying.
Dude, you gotta have to call the police and tell them you just blew a stop sign, dude. I'm sorry.
Well, there was people
honor
about
system.
it, so.
Honor code.
I'm Canadian, so I'll just say sorry.
Oh yeah, for sure. Hey, what part of Canada are you in, bud?
Northern Ontario, you?
Oh, I'm not from Canada. I just was curious. You ever seen any UFOs out there?
Sure. A lot of times I don't know what the planes are.
Yeah, I'm talking about something though that's a little more different than a plane in the sky.
No.
No, never seen it. For sure.
There's a lot of stuff in Alaska, huh? Like, isn't there like a whole bunch of spottings out there?
Others. Maybe when I was drinking, I saw something. I have to leave in a minute. I'm picking up my daughter. Bowling.
Dude, there's sightings all over the place, and they're getting more and more frequent. You guys should check out this documentary, Missing 411, The UFO Connection. I highly recommend it.
I gotta go. I'll be right back.
Bro, 4 GPs. Come on, Kosho.
Never gonna prove anything with lights in the sky, bro.
It's not what I'm. I don't know. I don't know what this is going to do. We're going to see, though. I never know where it's going until we're there.
Just give him 4 stars from Ursa Major.
I need a giant giants of miles.
Did everybody stop talking, or am I just not being able to hear anything? It's curious.
Oh, we hear you, bro.
Okay, so it just went dead silent for a long time.
It appears that way, yeah.
Okay, I thought I had a bad connection.
No, you're coming in loud and clear.
Thank you, thank you.
Funny the things you find when you scroll through your stuff. Look what I just found.
Have you guys seen what I posted yet? Mic check. Mic check.
You're good. I don't see you posted anything.
Oh, I thought I did. Yeah, at 7 minutes after the hour. Guess what? Guess who's been talking about dark matter and dark energy for like 7, almost 8 years? Guess what's in the Scientific American? Look at that.
Oh, see, it's because his like icon has the same color background as the.
Yeah, I see it under you, Chad. Yeah, I see it. Is that you, Sugar Cookie?
Well, that was me explaining where Larry.
Yeah, I thought I heard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, they're talking about inflation too. I'll always be talking about inflation. Where them Globers at?
Give us a breakdown, Larry. What did you find here?
Oh, you have to read it. I'm probably not smart enough to understand words, but you know, it might have something to do with dark matter, dark energy, and the inflation theory, but I don't really understand words.
Oh, is this the big problem in cosmology? Um,
Yeah, big problems in cosmology because it's not science. It's not a science.
yeah.
Because when you actually look, that's not right. You need to, reform your dark matter theory. Shit ain't working out too well for you. The math ain't working out, guys. I'm sorry, I don't even understand math. I just know that it ain't working.
Oh, they definitely got huge problems.
Makes me want to text the people that I was working with, like, you're welcome. I was working with like 8 years ago because these people were like so fucking upset that I actually thought the earth was flat. And it's like, dang, it's like now it's like, it's the opposite of what they thought was going to happen. So, although this has nothing to do with flat earth, technically, this has to do with gravity and how it works and distant space, deep space, whatever you want to call it. Right. And it's not working out too good because, you know, anyway, just read it. Looks like Michio Kaku was right, and it wasn't just some cherry picked thing that, globe earthers, geocentric globe earthers and flat earthers took them out of context. Looks like there's something here. Yeah, so if the gravity doesn't work in deep space, how are space balls made? Spheres in space. How are they made? Gravity.
So, of that article, what was something that stuck out to you since you posted it?
Okay, from a brief read, it states that they thought dark matter was everywhere, but now didn't really get into it. Now they think it's not everywhere. That's just another nail in the coffin.
Yeah, but where did Larry go?
Don't know.
Alright, I'm back. By the way, I'm almost done with your bullshit, dude.
What if I don't come and stir shit up every once in a while? You guys just stay quiet?
Well, I just got back. How you been, Mr. Matrix?
I've been pretty good, man.
Why were you siding with Dr. Bob earlier? You hate Jeremy that much?
Jeremy was making a stupid point, bro. It was like it was I found it to be so benign that it didn't make any sense.
I argued with Jeremy against that point back in the day too, but for some reason, I don't know. It's easier for me to side with Jeremy in that case.
Yeah, because we're talking about a course, right? A set course. And he's trying to indicate like the knockout wins is gonna knock it somehow, like what 20, 30, like I mean, it's ridiculous. Come on, bro, it don't make any sense.
Well, first of all, I mean, I substantiated what I said, that it would add what for 1,000 miles maximum you could get 1,400 miles. It's 40% difference.
Dude, for something moving straight, bro. Come on, bro. That don't make any sense. We're talking about. Are we talking about inertia here? Right? You could relate that to not any, but most moving things, right? Because the plane it doesn't have the limit of the ground. But I ride bikes every day. I understand movement. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm going straight, some small thing knocks me off course. It won't be to the point. Well, if it does not knock me off course, it knocked me off course, of course, right? But it won't be to the point that it's within a margin of error. It wouldn't be something that will damage the coordinates, bro. It don't make any sense even bringing it up to me. And you understand what I'm saying, right? Like when we're talking about coordinate, wins, it shouldn't be a problem. I don't see what would be the issue that it would be needs to be brought up.
My girl's acting weird right now. Anyway, yeah, you ever seen that movie Tenet?
Heard about it. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I've seen it like 10 times. I've seen it like 20
have you ever
times.
seen that movie, Where's My 4GPs At?
The fuck, bro? I'm eating some leftovers, man. Remember I told you the Chinese food thing? You know what I'm eating right now? I'm eating some old-ass Chinese food. My girl told me not to eat.
And then you guys play online, like Call of Duty and stuff?
No. This is the only thing I play online is Flat Earth.
What do you mean? You're playing a character?
No, this is a game, dude. It's all just a game. All right, give me a second though.
Tell you the truth, bro, I wouldn't even disagree with you.
Go round and round in circles. No one's ever going to change their mind. There's no point to it.
Because at a certain point we make choices, right? I don't think it's about evidence or truth, logic or reason. I think we make choices. Each and every last one of us, we saw the evidence and we decided to pick a side. And since we're stubborn as fuck, that's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, so I was talking to Regis about yesterday. It was saying that's how all of us, no matter which both sides, that's how we look at all evidences. Is like if you guys look at it, if you guys look at the Artemis stuff, for example, you're already predetermined to come out, looking for things saying that it's fake. So whatever it is that we're looking at, you guys already agree, you're going to side on the side of where it's fake. And people like us, we already agree that it's real. So when we see something that looks sketchy, we're going to probably, err to the side of looking for some sort of explanation for it, right? That's just the way it's always going to be.
What would you base that rationale on? What would you base the fact that you would believe one side over the other? How would you rationalize that to a point that you would be convinced? You understand what I'm asking? What I'm asking you? what is your rationale behind choosing a side? Because I'm gonna tell you the truth. I say I'm a flat earther because it's whatever goes against the globe. I'm pretty sure we don't live on a globe, but I don't know what we live on, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't have any more evidence than anybody else. All I know is it's least likely that we live on a globe. That's as far as I could. That's as far as I've seen the evidence. It don't matter how many calculations or fucking formulas you give me. Don't explain shit.
It's obvious answer for me to just. I would probably not be so sure if it weren't for the mountains of proof and evidence and unquestionable deniability of that it's a globe. But regardless, you know, that's why I've made my decision. But now that we've made our decisions, it's kind of like because the argument becomes a part of you. So even if there was strong evidence that countered the globe, or for you countered the flat Earth, we're already predisposed to not agree with it.
Well, that's why I think it's important to consider, reasons. Like, what's your rationale for choosing one side over the other? Because for me, it's like the cheating girlfriend thing, right? You lied to me once, lied to me twice. I'm less inclined to believe you the third or the fourth time. You understand? And with government, kind of the same. It's kind of the same thing, man. Untrustworthy, very shadiness. So we find it very difficult to believe them in anything they give us. And
Yeah,
NASA, unfortunately, is part of government.
Yeah, but the shape of the Earth doesn't have, or NASA or the government doesn't have anything to do with whether the Earth's a sphere or not.
Oh, yeah, you're okay. I understand that if the Earth were to be a globe, right? But they do have control of the Earth, of the information that comes out about the Earth, so they could make it whatever they want. You understand what I'm saying? Whether the Earth is a globe or not, they could say whatever it is because they would have that information.
Yeah, but I don't think that's the first thing I asked myself was, could they fool me if I didn't know, if I couldn't figure it out myself, or could I figure it out myself, and or do I have to trust them? But the truth is, you don't have to trust them, and all the answers are available to everybody. You know, like it's true that they could lie about it, but you don't have to go through them for any of those answers.
But it wouldn't be that difficult to consider, to even think about how they would lie to you about it. I mean, you understand reverse engineering, right? Couldn't you reverse engineer anything to work in a system, in a systematic form, to work like you know what I'm saying? Like, once you understand something to the point that you can reverse engineer it, you can make it out to seem anything. So I don't understand how it would be difficult to at least envision it.
I think you guys underestimate how hard that is, especially because already the entire field of physics, astronomy, all these things, this is already reverse engineering. They didn't create any of this stuff. We're only investigating it and trying to find out the truth of it, and come as close as we can to some explanation. So what we've already done is reverse engineering. What you guys are suggesting is that not only did we reverse engineer whatever the truth is, but we've also masked it perfectly to match some like perfectly working fitting model. You know what I mean? Which it's a feat in itself to make it look like, to make everything fit a model that's not true is pretty difficult.
I mean, the problem is, again, if everybody had access to the Earth in such a way that we could verify this, we don't know what the Earth is. So when you say, it matches perfectly, okay, with what? How do we know if the only people giving us the information is them?
Well, there's things like
it matches, of course, it matches. All the math makes sense, of course. We could verify the math because it's numbers, it's a system, it's designed to work a certain way. But can we verify if the Earth is what most of us, 99.99999% of us, don't have access to the Earth. At least not in the way that we could verify what it is.
Well, you know this thing Jeremy's asked me to do with the celestial navigation and stars and all that shit. This is one example of, you know, information that's available to everybody, which actually does confirm the Earth one way or the other. You know, that's what like Nathan Oakley and all them are saying. They're saying it proves the flat Earth for some reason, but the truth be told, like the details behind celestial navigation only work on a sphere. So it's just, you know, there's still plenty of things like that which to me, you know, is just convincing.
But other than suggesting, right? Because again, the reason and the logic here, we're comparing the ceiling to the floor, right? One can only assume that the ceiling is doing this. One can only assume that the floor is doing this. If you were to get to where you're getting at, you would have to assume a lot of things that I don't know how you would feel comfortable assuming those things, and then questioning the flat Earth because we have some assumptions.
Give me an example, like the assumptions.
Well, I mean, you're assuming that the celestials work a certain way, or that anything that has to do with the sky is in any way, shape, or form referencing the ground.
Well, to be fair, it literally is used to reference the ground. Like that's what.
And listen, I get the implications, but you can't prove that it has any. You can only prove a correlation, not causation.
Yeah, I guess, but I think that in this case we're only like it's the correlation that we're using. Like we can correlate the position in the sky in the celestial sphere to a position on the ground 1-for-1. So if you can do a 1-for-1 correlation with a sphere, like a celestial sphere, then with the surface of the Earth, then that kind of tells you the surface of the Earth is probably also a sphere. But you know, I usually don't get into it this much, man. But about the proving it, you know, I don't want the flat Earth to end. So
It's all good. Like, we're all adults. We already made our choices. We all decide what we would rather accept than not. Uh, don't. I understand where you're coming from. Specifically, you. I think you've decided to choose the globe because it seems to make more sense. Of course, it makes more sense because it's had the most concentrated effort, right? Because if one would assume that it is a deception, you know, is the main deception, and there would be more people inclined to help out with that narrative, as opposed to as the flat Earth. There's not many people funding the flat Earth, so there wouldn't be that many people inclined to come up with stories. So you guys would obviously have the more sound rhetoric.
I mean, there's some truth there. I gotta finish this thing for Jeremy, dude. Otherwise, I'm gonna be in the doghouse. My girl.
It's all good, bro. I'm just here playing Call of Duty, man. Do your thing, bro.
Jeremy, are you even in here? Why don't you tell us what your fucking plan is with all this and Nathan Oakley and all that?
Yo, you ever see that movie called Where the Fuck's My 4GPs At?
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Listen, the plans, you don't need to know the plans. You're a pawn here, all right?
Keep fucking talking, dude.
I'm just saying, you're going to see the plan unfold live, maybe.
Yeah, I don't watch Nathan Oakley, bro. I don't watch that shit.
I'll send you the clip. Why'd you send me an Oakley clip 2 days ago?
Because you told me to.
You were in it.
Clip.
You were in the clip.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you were in the clip. I heard your voice.
That's
probably why you sent that clip to me. It was the wrong clip, as a matter of fact. You probably just sent me that one because you're like, "Ooh, I want to be cool and let Jeremy hear my voice that I was in Oakley's standing up for the globe."
No, dude. That was the one because they were talking about. You already know. Well, were you gonna confront him? Were you planning to use that to confront Nathan?
I was going to, but it didn't work. They didn't say the right things.
Okay, well, do you know what you're getting yourself into?
Absolutely. We good?
Tell him, Coach. Tell him.
You ever done this?
Severe repercussions.
I absolutely know what I'm going against. I've listened to Oakley for years.
I know, dude, but you don't. I think everybody who listens to Oakley's, especially from your side, you think that it's like he's your friend or something, but you'll see how quickly he's not. You're gonna be your friend, dude.
Well, we gonna see. I'm gonna fuck around and find out.
Let me tell you something else that you don't know because you've never been on this side of it. On his show, what he does is he'll fucking talk over you and he'll mute you and he'll make it seem like you're silent.
He's nice with the mutes. I know he's sick with the mute button. He does it so good. It almost looks like he's not muting. I know. I know.
Yeah, he makes it. He tries to make it look like he's not muting. That's what he does on purpose. It makes it look like you're lost for words or something when he mutes you, so that he can just fucking shout over whatever it is you're trying to share. You're not going to be allowed. You're not going to be able to share whatever it is you're trying to share.
Oh, it's going to be good. It's going to go good. It's going to be fine. All right, I'm not going to be hostile. It's going to go great.
Yeah, bullshit. This shit is going to go 0 to 100 in 2.5 minutes, bro.
Real quick. Yeah, no. It's going to be fine, guys. Don't worry. I'm using the information we get from Celestial Navigation. I'm just going to bring it to them. That's all. Easy peasy. Now, where the fuck's my 4GPs at?
Give me a second, dude.
You said that 3 hours ago.
Yeah, I had 3 locations. Dude, you don't know how not fucking it's not just laid out, dude. You know there's only like a handful of places, right? There's only a handful of there's like 60 different stars you can use. You need stars whose GPs
You told me it was 80. You told me it was 80 stars 2 hours ago.
I don't know how many there are. I'm not gonna count them. Regardless, just give me a second, dude. I think I might have 4 now. Just give me a second.
When you go on, ask him, did he use a sextant or did he watch his sister use a sextant? Start off with that one, Jeremy.
Good luck, bro.
No, see, that's not the attitude that's going to get me anywhere.
Why? It's a simple question.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna. That's not what I'm going on there for. I'm sticking to the script. That's why you guys be getting lost in the weeds when you go on there. You got to stick to the
Weeds,
script.
man? There's no talking, bro. Don't you understand? You're gonna find out.
You just got to go in there cool, calm, collective, and it'll go nice and smooth. I'm telling you, guys will see.
Dude, trust, dude. I'm the person to tell you, dude. Okay. I mean, I'm not as stupid. I'm not going to name names, people who go on there, as masochists. But every time I've gone on there, it's only because I thought that I never thought it was going to get anywhere where it got. As a matter of fact, sometimes I would just be in there listening, and then they'll just I'll say one word or something because they'll call me out. But yeah, I learned my lesson, dude. There's no point in even going in there at all. You're going to learn the hard way, man.
You guys are all getting crazy. This is going to be fine. We're all on the same side.
Yep, that's exactly what your problem is, dude. You think that, and that's exactly what it's going to be your downfall. You're going to find out real quick.
Listen, Celestial.
Jeremy. Sure, Jeremy. It's gonna go fine, bro. Yo, I just quick scope 4 motherfuckers in a row.
Listen, I'm just using the Celestial Navigation thing, and then we're just gonna go on there and see really what's good with it.
What do you mean, what's good? You're changing your story now?
What story?
Didn't you say it was something about the sun, the distance to the sun?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do that one too. I don't have Kosho on it yet.
What the fuck? Dude, it's gonna be so bad. You're not gonna be able to come in here afterwards.
I'm gonna need a GP on the sun after this one too, Kosho.
I'm telling you for real, dude. You're just gonna turn the lights off, turn off your fucking phone, and you're not gonna come in here for a day or two, dude. Trust me.
When you're done with this, we got one more thing to do.
Okay, man.
With the sun.
No, dude. Give me a second. Hold on. Hold on, dude.
I know. One more second. 3 hours later.
God damn it, dude. Hold on. Okay, I'm trying to make sure that all these places match up. Okay, I think I got 4 stars now.
Dope.
Give me 1 second. Let me just make sure I got it.
Make sure one is in New York so Jeremy can drive right under it. I want to see him take a picture of it. Right under it, directly up.
There's no guarantees at all where these fucking places are gonna be, dude.
We're just gonna talk this out nice and calmly. This ain't gonna go like it did with Dr. Bob. It's gonna go nice and easy.
It's gonna be a lot worse than with Dr. Bob, man.
Oh, it's gonna be fine.
You're gonna look forward to talking to Dr. Bob for that, man.
You know, I rarely agree with Kosho, but on this, he's absolutely correct.
Guys, we're just gonna go in there. We're gonna have a calm conversation and work out some numbers and some geometry and stuff, and it's gonna be great.
Yeah, it'll be great as long as you agree. As long as you agree. The moment you disagree.
Let's say more time, Jeremy. If we say more times, it could be true. We could manifest.
I'm not going to disagree with them guys at all, though.
Yep, trust me. Any strategy, whatever you're thinking, dude.
I'm using the thing they said to do with celestial navigation. So I'm not going to be disagreeing with them, kind of.
Okay, dude.
We'll see what the numbers. I don't even know what the numbers say yet. Kosho 3 hours later with his 1 more second thing, and we're halfway there, like Bon Jovi.
Me, I'm looking forward to not anything, because I know there ain't gonna be no debate or conversation. It's the comedy aspect that I can't wait for. That's gonna be really fun, yeah.
You know, all these GPs are doing. Does elevation matter for this or no?
I don't know, dude. My girl's acting crazy right now.
They need to be at the same elevation then, just in case.
Yeah, all right, dude.
Yo, tell your girl to hold on. I'll take care of her later, and it's just that you're busy.
Anybody find that curvature yet?
We're finding it right now, bro. We're looking for it.
No way.
Kosho's about to find it right now.
No shit. Okay, I'll stick around.
Yeah, these 4 GPs are gonna let us know what's good here.
Bruh.
I don't know why no one's done this before.
I think I can guess why.
Where you going? You going that way? Kosho, this isn't like the math test you cheated on either back in the day. I'm gonna need you to show your work. I am totally taking advantage of you, Coach, because I know you love stuff like this. This is good for you. This will build character.
Oh man, I wouldn't go that far.
I'll give you another quest, Kosho, as if you didn't have enough. After you're done with this for GP thing. Or any
No,
baller
no,
for
I
that
got a
matter.
quest queued up for him already right after that with the sun thing.
Yeah, you can't hog the quests, Jeremy. Come on.
Two quests. They're like side quests.
So I'll put this out to any baller. I want you to find me a pendulum test where there's multiple pendulums, 2 or more side by side, and them showing the same exact thing. Does that exist? The same pattern. That beats your quest, Jeremy, easily.
Alrighty, so as if it wasn't any more pathetic that we can't get more than like 4 Glovers to come in here and even try to do some work for us, can we maybe get a 5th or a 6th or 10th? Is there anybody else who wants to come in and work anywhere near as hard at lying to us as Kosho and Zanuck and other people? Anybody?
No one's putting in that OT like Kosho, first of all.
Yeah. Well, I thought Zanuck might be a little bit.
Xanax fell off the deep end lately. I don't know about that dude.
Well, God bless him for trying, you know.
Well, SE, what was your thing? Something parallel or something? What'd you say?
I was wondering because they say a pendulum, the motion proves the latitude, right? Isn't that what they say?
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
So I was wondering if you were to place two pendulums next to each other, you know, they trace and put that ink stuff there, whatever they do, would it make the same exact motion, both of them side by side? Has that ever been done?
Has that ever been done? It's a good fucking question.
I've been trying to look for it for, well, not that long, a couple of days now since I thought of it. I haven't found anything.
It's a good question. Also, it'd be neat to see a pendulum higher in elevation at the same. Bye, guys. At the same exact spot. You know what I mean? Like
Different chord length. Yeah.
Get a skyscraper or something and put one on the 100th floor and one in the basement. See if that matches.
Yep.
Side by side, higher and lower. You figured all this shit would have been done already. Yeah. I'm telling you, bro, shit's gonna go. When I go on Oakley's, I'm not going in hostile or anything. We're gonna go in on a clean slate, and I'm just gonna lay my shit down. I'm not even going against him. I'm using his thing. I'm using his thing.
Look, I've been on Oakley's a couple of times, right? It's been smooth, but the very first time I went, I wasn't even against the grain. I just tried to make an explanation that may have went against the grain, right? We're talking about an angle. No chance, bro. No chance.
Yeah,
Muted
that
me
shit was already
every
hostile,
time I
bro.
went to talk. Sorry.
There was already shit talking going back and forth on YouTube and shit. It was already hostile when you went in there. I'm going in with a clean slate, bro.
Yeah, like I said, I had a couple of times that I've been on, a few times. I didn't have any problems except the one time that, well, I could have been caught in the crossfire, to be fair, but I mean, still, you know. But hey, good luck. Maybe you might have a different experience, but we'll see.
Well, as long as Kosho doesn't fuck this up, we'll be good.
What's Kosho got to do with this?
I need these 4 GPs with the angles.
Oh, this this is part of your strategy. Uh-huh.
I'm just using the celestial navigation thing that they say.
Yeah, this is good. I'm glad this is out in the forefront. I'm glad more people are talking about it.
I never got into this argument. Now I'm into it, and we're gonna see where it goes. I don't like this argument because I think we're looking at stars, and I don't think we're getting their. I don't think we're getting their actual position when we make a line to the stars.
Yeah, absolutely.
You literally can't be, because if you go on top of a mountain and then you have a star below horizontal, that can't be its actual position. There's no way a star is below horizontal if you're on top of a mountain. That means somewhere else on Earth it has to be lower than the mountain, the elevation of the mountain. There's no way. That's why I never got into this. That's why I never got into this argument.
Yeah, it's nonsensical. We always used to laugh at the ballers when they point to the lights in the sky and they say, "Oh, this globe." Didn't we always used to laugh at them? Now what? We're using lights in the skies as proof of flat Earth? It's ridiculous.
This is where the road has led us.
Not us. Some people.
We're
Me, I
right
stay
on the
on the
road.
ground. I
Me
stay
and
on the
you were on the
water.
road. Me and you were on the road holding hands, and this is where we are.
And we ended up looking in the sky with sextants. Well, not us. Some people.
You know what would be better if we could have 4 people actually do this at the same time? Then you'd have to travel and shit. Unless we got lucky. Does elevation matter when you're doing the sextant thing? I think Brian's logic said elevation doesn't matter and you get the same exact reading. Because the stars are magic. I think he literally said that verbatim. I'd have to
When he
re-listen
said,
to that.
yeah, he says, I don't understand how it works. I call it magic, something like that. Yeah. I know
Yeah.
which part you're talking about. Yeah.
Which I'm with that part. I don't know what the stars are, how the sky works and shit. There's people claiming they do. I don't know. I got a lot of ideas on what the sky could be and how it could work and what the stars are and, shit like that. But they're just my ideas. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Nursery rhyme shit, bro. Fucking Dr. Seuss, Mother Goose shit.
Exactly. That's where we ended up with Mother Goose and Dr. Seuss.
I wanted to break Pete off with this one earlier. You know how there used to be Inspector Gadget when we were kids? And it used to be like Go Go Gadget. And then the Power Rangers came out for the next generation, and it was like Go Go Power Rangers. Well, what's with all the Go Go's? You think he would have linked that to Dodo at all?
Don't encourage him, man. I almost feel sorry for him. Don't encourage him.
I literally thought of that earlier. Like, we were just talking about it in my car earlier, like Go Go Gadget and then Go Go Power Ranger. And I was like, I wonder what Pete would think of that.
Like, I feel bad for him, because I think like this is the only place where he hangs out with people and actually talks with people. So, but man, listening to him go on and on and on, it's like, oh man.
We get the distance to the GP. All right, you got 4 GPs. If there's 4 people at all those GPs, and they can all see all the stars and the other 3 stars in this 4-sided thing in these 4 points, then we'll be able to get a distance from each guy to each other point. Right? You with me so far?
Yep.
Okay.
What next?
Now you have the distances in between all these points. All right, you get the distances. You have the distances between all 4 points. So the thing you do next is not going to be a perfect square, which sucks. However, if you scale that down, and try to put it on a flat sheet of paper and it doesn't work, it's going to be weird.
There you go, Jeremy. You're getting it.
B-ball, I'm 10 steps ahead of you, bro. Was that B-ball?
Yeah.
What's up?
What's up, man? I don't know. I just jumped in and heard you say something.
But how are you gonna get the GPs? Maybe
How
B-ball
are
can
we
help
getting
you
the
out.
GPs? Good question. How are we getting the GPs, Kosho?
Isn't that in the almanac?
There it is. B-ball's on it.
Yeah,
He
the
knows
almanac.
where.
There we go.
Is Kosha gonna figure it out though, or is he just gonna pick random stars?
What are we talking about here? I'm just curious.
Trying to get 4 GPs as far away as possible, but close enough so that we got 4 GPs, 4 guys at all the GPs. We need them as far apart as possible, but close enough so that each guy at each GP can do celestial navigation measurements to all the other stars of the other 3 people.
Okay.
All right. Then we get the angles, we get the distances, and now we have a 4-sided. We now have a 4-sided shape with all the points, all the distances in between all the points.
Well, you know, on a sphere, you can't make a can you even make an actual square with 90-degree angles on
No,
a
it's
sphere?
not going to be a square. It's just 4 points. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's 4 points, and we have the distances in between them. That's all we need to know at this juncture in time.
Is this the same as the 4 points and then there's X in the middle thing you were talking about?
Yeah. This is it. This is it. You're catching up. Now you're catching on.
Oh, trust me, I'm all over this with you, man. I'm on your side with this.
You hear that, Jeremy? That means you're on the wrong track already.
This is not my. This ain't my thing.
Oh,
No,
thanks,
this is.
What the hell? Oh, shit.
This is Oakley's thing right here. This proves flat Earth, so we're gonna get fucking right down to it.
It does it though? Because
I don't know.
I did what you
about to
asked.
find out.
Remember you were. I did what you asked on a sphere, and it did exactly what you said it was going to do.
I know. It's my flat Earth prediction.
The X wouldn't match up.
I told you.
Yeah, but on
Geometry.
on a flat surface, it would match up.
It's geometry, bro. I know. Bev should have been all over this one, or one of you guys.
Yeah, but it doesn't. But it doesn't support a flat Earth.
What doesn't support a flat
Oh,
Earth?
you mean you're trying to devise an actual test in reality where you can do this, right?
With the GPs, yeah.
You could do it with you could do it with flights, right? But like a square.
Yeah, I went over
like
flights with Dr. Bob earlier.
If you got 4 flights that were square, right? So I actually did this. I just didn't like go full in depth with it. Like you take a flight from New York to New York to Seattle, Seattle to LA to Miami, and then Miami back to New York. And then you get a flight from Seattle to Miami, and then a flight from New York to LA, and you get those distances.
Okay,
right?
Real quick, because I just went over this with Bob about an hour or two ago. How did you get the distances in the flights?
Well, we know that in the United States, we know the distance from
How'd
New
you
York
get
to
it?
LA, right?
How'd you get it?
But are we going to go through this again, Jeremy?
How'd you get
man.
it? What do you mean
New
again?
York to LA.
How'd you
New
get
York
it?
to LA. What's the distance from New York to LA?
How'd you get the
GPS,
distance?
latitude and longitude. Right? We can figure out the distance between latitude and longitude, right?
How'd you get it? I don't know. How'd you get the distance, bro?
I went out there with a tape measure, man. You didn't know?
You went out with a tape measure across a level surface.
I did.
Didn't deviate left to right and got the distance, the A to B distance.
Straight line
from
straight
LA
line
to
distance,
New York.
Man. I did.
From LA to New York.
I did, yeah. Actually, I used a ruler and I kept moving the ruler. It took me a while, but
just stop.
I mean, we know the distance. Come on, Jeremy. We know the distance from New York.
I don't know if you do know the distance. You claim you do within the millimeter or centimeter or whatever, but
I mean, it could be within a mile, within 2 miles. I mean, we know it's not 100 miles off. But we're talking about from airport to airport.
Okay. Do you know it's not 100 miles off?
Yeah. It shouldn't be 100 miles off. I mean, I'll give it like give or take about 5 miles at the most.
I don't know. I don't know how you know
And
that.
and one
I
of
didn't know you
those
knew
and
all that.
one of those X's, just like you said, one of those X's don't match up on a flat surface.
If your distances are correct, sure. I don't know how you
Right.
got the distance. You definitely didn't go from New York to LA with a ruler.
I mean, latitude and longitude. We can figure out the distance between latitude and longitude.
How'd you get it? We're talking an
You could
actual
use,
measurement here. I'm not just going to believe that you
but
just
Jammer,
know.
you're saying that I have to physically measure it, like, you know?
That's how we know the lengths of things. We measure them.
Yeah,
Yes.
but on the surface of the Earth, we're not going to physically measure it, like, you know what I mean? When you
Yeah,
drive,
that's why
when
we're
you
in this
drive to the
situation.
store, when you drive to the store, you know that the store is like what, 3 miles away. Like
Well, that's
you
how
can
far
figure
you
that out.
drove,
Yeah.
and that's how
Now, if it was a
if
straight
you get in
line
your car,
distance,
if you get in your
God,
car and the odometer says 0, and then you get to the store and it says 3, yes, you drove 3 miles.
yeah,
However,
you
the
drove three
distance
miles.
from you to the store was probably not 3 miles.
Right, right. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Now, but if you did drive in a straight line, like if you got on the highway and you drove and then you just got off and your stop was right there, that's
What you
that's just
could
like a
say
straight
is
line distance.
the thing you could say is it's definitely shorter than 3 miles. You could say that with some certain level of certainty. I'd say
Yeah,
100% level of certainty
yeah,
if your odometer's good.
yeah. I agree with that.
Yeah. You could never be like the store is 2.845 miles away because you'd have to do that straight line level path, not deviating left to right.
Right. Well, you
I mean,
could
I
use
didn't
your
make this
straight
shit
line
up.
path. You could use your straight line path and then take that straight line path and then lay it out on the surface of a map and then see exactly how far it is if it's not a straight line. So, okay, let's say you did a whole bunch of turns, right? And that the whole bunch of turns was like 11 miles. And you took all those turns, you made them into a straight line. And then you laid that out on a map to your point in a straight line. And then you can see exactly what the difference is.
I don't even know what you're saying.
Okay, so let's say you drove somewhere. You made like I don't know, you made a left turn, you went straight for like 2 miles, then you made a right turn, you went straight for another 5 miles, right? And you took all those turns and you bent them into a straight line, right? And then you took a map and you laid it from your house to your actual location.
I don't
That
even know
would
what this is.
then you could figure out the distance between those two places.
I don't know.
You
I don't
understand what
know
I'm
what
saying?
to say.
No? Okay.
No. You
Okay.
want to do turns and then bend them into a straight line and then put them on a
Yeah.
map. This is
Yeah,
this
you
is
could
a
do
little,
that. I mean, you could do
or we
that.
could. I mean, I don't know if that would work.
But that would if you wanted to do it like that, that would give you the straight line distance. If you didn't agree with the scale on the map, you could just use a scale on the map, the straight line scale.
How'd they get the distances on the map?
Well, I mean, we know how far a mile is,
If we
Jeremy.
have
Come
the
on.
map, we don't need to go do anything because then we have the distances. It's on the map.
Yeah, but then you use it like a ruler or something, and okay, this 1 inch is like 10 miles.
On the legend, yeah,
You
we
know.
know. That's what I'm saying. If you believe the map, then there's no need
Yeah.
to do all that.
Yeah. But I didn't mean to butt into y'all's conversation. I know Kosha was
No,
doing
it's good.
something.
It's good. How's Hawaii? You
I'm not in
lounging?
Hawaii anymore. I'm in freaking South Korea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't I tell you I was coming here?
I don't really pay attention when you talk that much.
I haven't talked to you in a while, man.
uh,
Yeah. But
what
I
you
do
got to
have
do?
a I do
Defend in case North Korea
yeah, just
invades, or like what's
yeah,
good?
man. Yeah, it's crazy. Yo, I went up to the border and I literally took some pictures of North Korea. Like you could see the land and you could see like some people walking around and shit up there. It's crazy.
But you got your P900. You should take your auto level out there.
I didn't bring it. I didn't bring it up there, man. I was mad. But
Oh,
they have like these telescopes that you can use and you just look through them and you can see
like you
pretty
put a
far, man.
quarter
And
in
you can
them.
no, they were free.
But they're like the ones you put a quarter in on top of an Empire State
Yeah.
Building or something.
Yep. Just like that. Same thing. But they were free,
Oh, that's neat.
and you could
You
zoom
see,
in and you could see.
did you see Kim Jong
What's
Un?
up? No, I didn't fucking see that guy. No. No, it's like the southernmost part. You know, there's like a river that goes in between. But you can see like buildings and shit over in North Korea. It's wild, man. It's so weird. Let me see. You know what? I'll fucking post one, man.
Should have brought your auto level. I'd love to see a 20-mile shot of North Korea at the auto level.
No, I didn't bring it here. I didn't bring it to Korea. Let's see. Yeah, let me see. I'll post one real quick. Is Kosho still here?
I got him busy on quests.
What's he doing?
He's trying to find
What you
fucking
got?
GP.
What you got him doing, man?
Well, right now I got him doing this GP thing, finding the 4 GPs so we can get all distances. After that, though, I got him
What are you
doing
gonna
a
do?
GP.
Are you gonna give it to your land navigation guy?
Yeah. That's what I'm doing.
Who's your land nav guy, man?
Oakley,
Oh God.
Brian's Logic, 10th Man, all them dudes. Those are my
Oh
guys.
God.
I'm gonna bring this shit right to him. Get this shit squared away.
Here you go. Here's a picture looking into. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, that's looking into North Korea. The 38th parallel.
What are you in a valley or something?
No, I'm on like an observation tower. It's called the unification tower.
How's that working out? Is it unifying shit or what?
Fuck no, man. Nope. Those people are now. Want to talk about indoctrinated? Those people are indoctrinated.
Okay, here's what we need to do. You got a tripod for your camera?
I didn't bring a camera. That was from my phone.
Bro, we got to figure out a way for you to take the same picture, put your camera in the same spot every day with the same settings, and just keep taking pictures. This probably ain't gonna be like Hawaii, bro. I bet you shit
That's not gonna
all over the place.
That's not gonna happen, man. That's pretty far from me, man. And that was on a trip that we all took.
Oh, no doubt.
No more Hawaii pictures, man. It's all history now. I'll still post them here and there.
Where do you even live?
I live on a military camp.
In Hawaii?
No, man. I'm in South Korea.
Where's like your home base and shit at? Just wherever the fuck you go, they put you. You're in just Korea for years, or
so in the military, you when you first join, you go to basic, then you go to AIT, and then you go to your first duty station. And then every 3 to 5 years, you'll come up on orders to go to a different duty station.
Why can't you just be like, yo, I like it in Hawaii. Let me just chill here? Or
I wish you can request to extend, but ultimately you have to you're gonna come up on orders to go somewhere else, man.
They just say jump, you say how high.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's a good career though. I mean, what you put in 20 years and you're retired, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm at like 13 now.
When did you join?
2009.
Oh, you got like 7 more years.
Yeah.
And then you get a pension and you're good?
Yeah. And I'm fucking out
So
of
we
this
got to
shit.
pay for you to live the rest of your fucking life out of my tax money.
That's right, man. We got your back, man. If
I tell you what,
decided,
you better not ever catch a felony, bro.
I know. Yeah.
You catch a felony, it's fucking over, dude.
Yeah. If you get dishonorable discharge, man, good luck getting a
Yeah, but I'm
fucking
saying
job.
even if you retire and it's all good, and then you get out and catch a felony, like I think they
Yeah,
pull
you
your
lose all your
pension or something.
benefits. Yeah, you lose all
Yeah,
your
something.
benefits. Yep.
It's fucked up.
Good thing I don't break the law, right?
I'm saying, man, you never know. You never know, bro. You
Yo,
could do
you
some
don't
shit
go
on
over
accident.
to you don't go over to Shane's, man?
Nah, I don't go
No,
over
why
there.
not?
That ain't my scene, bro.
All your buddies are over there, man.
That ain't my scene.
Oh, come on, man.
Bro, I worked
All the
hard.
flat earthers are over there now.
We worked hard to get out of the shit show clown show for the past couple years though. So we finally got a lid on things. Shit's going nice and smooth here. What I'm gonna do? Go back and I don't even like going to gems when I gotta pitch them shit. I go in gems every once in a while just to pitch them shit.
Yeah, but
But
you can go argue, you argue your case, man.
bro, I don't even like arguing with you guys no more. It's not even like we're not getting anywhere. I don't know if anyone's noticed, but we're not getting anywhere.
No, it's all the same stuff, man.
Yeah. I'm trying to go somewhere in 20. They've been talking about doing the neutrally buoyant string underwater test.
You guys been talking about that for a long time, man.
Kosho's on it now. Kosho thinks it's doable.
I don't think so, man. I think it's just too much.
I don't know. Moyak came up with a good test with a theodolite that I like too. That solved everyone's problem of verticals not being parallel that you guys say is happening, and it solved our problem of the exponential optical drop that we think's happening.
Hmm.
It's pretty neat. You can't use an auto level. You gotta
What's
use a
that one?
theodolite. What's up?
What do you do? What's that one?
So you got your theodolite. You make level. You make a horizontal line out. You mark the spot with a stake of where the crosshairs hit. Now you bring the theodolite out there. You put the theodolite at the height. It has a little number on the side of the height of the crosshair from the bottom of the tripod or something. So it has the height on it. So you bring your shit out there. You turn it 180, line it up with the thing. It should be lined up with the thing with the first target, the first point you were at. Then you project that into the distance. So you're not using the level feature anymore. You're not even worried about level. You're just projecting the straight line out. It's pretty good. I love it.
Okay.
And then you just keep projecting a straight line out into the distance.
Seems doable. What if you did something like you were on a mountain, right? You were sighting another. Well, no, that wouldn't work either. You have to do something like on
Dude,
a
we're not
super
doing
like.
that goofy shit where we look out 100 miles with a fucking auto level.
No, but what you could. Okay, so think about the ones that I did, right, with the auto level. Let's say I was to go closer and closer and closer to that building where the crossers were hitting. Eventually, I would start looking up. Does that make sense?
Oh shit! Sorry, what's up?
I said when I was doing my auto level stuff, and I showed the building and shit with the fucking auto level touching the top of the building. If I got closer and closer to that building, I would eventually have to look up with that auto level.
I don't know. What's his name? Skiba did something like that where you could see Chicago from from Michigan. And, you guys said it was an illusion. It wasn't.
You broke up, man. You cut out.
You there? My AirPod died.
You cut out.
So Skiba did some shit like that where we saw the Chicago skyline from Michigan. Heads were saying it was an illusion. It wasn't actually there. He kept the camera on it the whole time, took a boat ride over, and it was just there the whole time. So,
yeah, I don't know the argument against that. I think it was I forget what the argument was. I know I saw something about that. But there is an argument against it. There's a reason why that happened.
Trying to knock this shit out to where we're not. What's up, Jesse? We're trying to knock this shit out to where we're not having a refraction argument anymore.
Hey, Jeremy. Yeah, anytime the line of sight is close to water and the water is colder than the air, all bets are off, kind of.
Yeah.
I've filmed a ship, where the water laps against the side of the hull, over the top of a sign, even though the sign was higher than the camera and obviously higher than the water. So you gotta wait till it's a windy, blustery day that mixes up the gradient, not a sunny, calm day, or do it so your line of sight doesn't just parallel the water.
I don't know how you use that picture, B-ball, man. Really. Seriously.
I don't know, man. It's a good picture.
You're claiming that the water blocks the hotel, right?
I mean, I'm not really claiming that. It's just it's kind of what you see. Wait, I gotta go on mute. Can you hear me? Everyone stop talking. What happened?
We hear you.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what you see.
You might see that. But the question is, why do you see that?
Again, if
Is
you're
it
going to
because
claim
you're
it's not,
moving further away from the deck and it's an optical illusion? Or is it because what you guys got to say, it's the water doing it, right?
well, I mean, oh shit. All right, hold on, man. I gotta go. Damn it.
Dude, we can't do no more goofy shit where we're arguing about refraction. That shit ain't gonna work. How many more laser tests do we need to do, or long distance observations? Obviously not getting us anywhere. Or what do you think? One more laser test?
If it was done more than 200 meters above the surface, then one more should do it. They've all...
Because you think you know how the light's bending.
Well, I've done tests high above the ground. Actually, I did mine at 180 feet above sea level. I did like 26 shots on the same link from my yard to a mountain 75 miles away at different times of the year, different times of the day, and every one of them was within plus or minus 100 feet at 75 miles distance. So
you're saying plus or minus the actual position?
No, plus or minus the median.
So which one was the actual position?
Well, I make no
you
assumptions.
See the problem we're having here, Justin?
Well, no, the argument I'm making is that it was consistent. And the average of all of them is like 3,200 feet below the official height of the mountain. So there's 3,200 feet missing plus or minus 100, according to a strictly optical measurement.
Yeah, there's some constant atmospheric effect that's making things appear to drop.
The problem
is my flat Earth prediction. This might be.
Right.
We're about to do science. You want to do some Bob the Science Guy science with me?
What's that?
You want to do some Bob the Science Guy science with me? He showed us how to do science the other day.
I don't know about what he does.
No? Oh, all right. I don't know about what he does either. I figured you might be on board, but all right.
I think I've said hi to him in VC, but I don't know him at all. I know he has a YouTube channel. But I've done a number of experiments that show that light bends towards the more dense region in a gradient, which would mean that that it would make things look higher, not lower.
Yeah, so if we shot a laser beam down in this more dense gradient at the bottom, and we shot it horizontal, right? We shoot this laser beam horizontal, we're going to see the laser beam hit the target where it ends, higher or lower.
If the laser is physically pointed straight at the target, it'll hit it lower.
So we're going to see things that bend down. We're going to see light bending down, that bends down in a density gradient. We're going to see it lower than it actually should be.
Well, it will hit the target lower than we aimed it, but if we're at the target, the guy shooting it will have to actually raise it up to hit the target, and it'll arch up and over, and by the time it reaches the target, the guy at the target will see it coming from a higher angle than it actually is.
Yeah, but if we shoot it horizontal, if we were to shoot it horizontal, we would see it and the light's bending down. We would see the laser beam lower. Right?
Let's see. I don't, because we went over this before, and 4 of us tried to explain it, and we just couldn't, and you couldn't look at my diagram. I don't suppose you could look at my diagram.
I still can't look at your diagram, but I know where the laser is going to hit. We shoot a laser beam horizontal. You got a bullseye in the back somewhere. Are we going to see the laser beam hitting the bullseye above or below the horizontal?
Below. The laser point will be below the bullseye.
Okay, so the light's bending down in the density gradient. We're going to see, so the light's bending down, we're going to see it lower.
We're going to see the spot on the target lower.
Yeah, the light. We're going to see the light lower because it's bending down.
Right, but a guy standing at the target, looking back at the source of the light, he will see the source higher.
Right, so this is why we shouldn't even be arguing about this shit. We just need to go out in reality over long distance on Earth and measure it. Because when one case we're seeing it lower, and in another instance we're seeing it higher. We can sit here and debate this all day, this refraction. Plus, those might not be the only effects happening in the atmosphere over long distance. Who knows?
Right. The argument to the possible unknown is it trumps everything, always. There always could be something yet undiscovered that could trump anything. But I've actually done a bunch of tests with fish tanks and at the beach, and I've made videos, and if there was some time you could check some of that out, it would bring you up to at least what we're trying to say. You wouldn't have to agree with us, but at least you'd understand what we're trying to say.
I understand what you're saying. I understand. You think you're seeing the stuff higher. You think the light's bending down and you're seeing it higher than it actually is.
Right. Does that make sense to you?
That could be happening, yeah. Or it could be a different way than you think. We're never going to know till we actually measure that. Does that make sense? That I'd actually want to measure something before we just go guessing about what's happening?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I wanted to know too, so that's why I did a whole bunch of tests and measurements.
You still don't know. You didn't measure it.
What didn't I measure?
How light bends long distance in the atmosphere, right? That's what we're talking about.
Well, I've filmed the water line on the side of a ship over the top of a sign, a park boundary sign that was physically higher than the camera. So we do know that light bends that way, and that it allows us to see over the tops of obstructions. You could say it's not due to refraction, but due to something else, but we do know it is bending.
I also believe that's possible. I saw George Hanichuk measure the horizon above level. So yeah, if you were to have a box right in front of the theodolite, or a piece of tape over the underneath the crosshairs of the theodolite, things can appear higher than level that shouldn't be, or lower. They could be lower the next day. Sweet. Now what?
Someone's asking for roles in the VC. In
Yeah, I got it. I got you. Hold on, guy. Let's see who it is.
Oh, it says it's good white light. Terry.
Harry Johnson. See, is he in the VC? He's not in here. Oh, he's got it if he comes in. So yeah, I mean a measurement over long distance in the atmosphere so we can actually measure it. That'd be fire. We'd really have something there. Somebody comes with that, you're gonna have my full attention. Yo, Kosho, are you there? Where are you even getting these angles from? I'm just curious. I still haven't checked out your the DMs you sent me, Jesse.
Oh,
I gotta
okay.
look at them.
Well,
I gotta look at them. I opened it up and then I saw it was a PDF and shit, and I was like, oh shit, I had to do it later. I was crunched for time earlier.
oh yeah. I also just gave a JPEG or whatever of the specific page too as an attachment.
Oh, all right, that's dope. I didn't scroll down. I didn't want to lose your DM on my list, so I didn't scroll all the way down. All right. Good shit. Good shit. I've never seen a lot of these people. What are these guys?
So who do you
What's
guys
good?
think? Who do you guys think the guys that don't speak? Who do you think they really are? The ones that are in
Could be
here.
new people. Could be new people. Could be old people. Who knows?
Somebody old, somebody new, somebody worn, somebody blue.
Could be Dr. Seuss. He probably didn't die if you asked Pete.
It could be one motherfucker, like a ventriloquist guy that has like multiple voices, right? And we thinking that we talking to a lot of people, just one motherfucker, like all them British guys. They got all
That
be
would be
one.
funny.
That could all
It's
be
just
one motherfucker, bro.
it's just you and just one other dude. You're just talking to Matt, just the same dude.
It's the same British guy doing like multiple British accents.
Well, think about this. If you're the only person and everybody's your reality, who's talking to you in all those accents anyway?
If this is like some Vanilla Sky shit or something.
Yeah, you're the only one perceiving anything. Yeah, that'd be crazy.
Yeah, that idea is crazy. That like you're the sole reality of everybody, and everybody else's purpose is just to make you think like you're
It's all your imagination. Yep,
What if you?
everything. Yeah.
What if you die and you just wake up and you're in like a Matrix chair and they unplug you?
Or you just wake up somewhere else, like in another dimension or something. You know, you just die and pop up, or you could just pop up in the nursing, like, you know, when you die, probably go back into another body, right? Probably the light at
Could
the end
be
of the tunnel is the fucking hallway of the fucking hospital.
the birth canal. You're coming out the vagina.
That's
But
just like starting a
it's
video
a neat
game.
trick. It's a neat trick that they've done with the wording and the psychology of all of this, bro. I find it absolutely fascinating. I don't give a fuck about the shape of the earth anymore, to tell you the truth. Fascinating how they managed to fool so many people, bro.
He runs fast, mama.
Hope show's on deaf, and I need these fucking GPs only by Monday.
What's that?
I got Coach on a little side quest.
Ah.
Yeah, Larry GPS said he could do that thing. That Moyak's test there. The theodolite, and you turn it, and you go, and you create that horizontal straight line without using level. Said it'd take like 2 weeks, though. You want to get put up in a room or something, you need dues and shit. It's going to cost money. Plus, we got one of our guys with him to make sure he's doing it right and not fucking faking the funk or something. Not that he would do that, just be good to double check. Got to share a room. Larry and one of our guys.
That would start some
One
funny
bed.
rumor.
One bed.
Full economy mode, huh?
What are you thinking of, Jeremy?
That's how they solved all previous feuds.
Moyak proposed a test a little while ago where you get a theodolite, you put a stake in the ground at that height where the crosshairs are, then you put a stake, you make a level horizontal line. You make another stake out there, 100 meters or something, whatever. For the height of that horizontal, then you bring your theodolite out there. Now you don't use level anymore. Now you just fucking you put the crosshairs at the height of the second stake, look back, make sure it lines up, and then just keep leapfrogging that forward. It solves the Glober's problem of saying, "Oh, we keep using level, and we're making basically a disco ball around the globe." It solves that problem for the Globers, and also solves our problem with this optical effect that's making their appear to be dropped.
Where is that post?
What post?
Oh, I thought you said somebody posted something earlier. I was trying to find it.
No. Moyak proposed this weeks ago.
Oh.
Hey, Jeremy.
What's up, Larry?
I posted something I want you to take a look at. I was trying to share this with everybody. Basically, I don't think we have to make an argument anymore, right? Because there's no reason to defend our senses, basically. And all we have to do is just send this as a notice to whoever's trying to argue with us, because it's telling you flat out that it ain't a globe. And their cosmology, it ain't working. And to quote, for a scientist to be confident, this picture requires an exception. I'll try again. For a scientist to be confident of this picture requires an exceptional faith in the power of mathematical unification. So they're telling you that their model is based on faith. They're outright telling you. You can't construe it any other way. You can't redefine faith. You can't redefine scientist. You can't redefine requires. You can try if you want to, but people are going to know what this means. And you can't say that you just don't understand. I don't think that argument's going to work. In fact, it sounds weird. But you just don't understand, man. You gotta have faith. That's how it goes, right? Anyway.
So it's not okay if you don't understand, right? Them, right? That's not okay. What about if they don't understand you? That's fine, right? How does that work?
Weird.
Yeah, it's like if you don't comprehend what a glober's saying, you're just a dumb flat earther. You don't make no sense. You're goofy. But if they don't comprehend what you say, it's still you're just a dumb flat earther. You don't make no sense and you're goofy. How does that work out? How's that both the same?
See, it doesn't really matter what I say, because my words have no value. But I guess this Major Eckenberg, maybe he knows.
I don't know. I just see that's what they do a lot. They'll be like, well, you don't understand, like you were saying. And then if we say something, they'll be like, we don't know what you're talking about. We're like,
When they
well,
say you don't understand, you gotta have faith. That's the rebuttal to that. You have to have faith to believe in the unification of this model. Sing it to them if you have to. Because they're not going to get it at first. They're just going to make dumb arguments like chop blocks. You know what a chop block is, Democ?
yeah.
You want to explain chop blocking in football?
Oh, hold on. I didn't even hear what you said, man.
Oh, chop blocks.
Yeah, it says something different. Go ahead.
When they hike the ball for your knees or lower up your knee backwards, you're trying to
Your robot.
You're breaking up real bad. Hey.
Sorry. Is this better?
Yeah, you're a little better now. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. So what I was saying, what they do is they chop block, which is illegal blocking below the knee in football, because they can't come up with.
I thought it was called. I thought it was called something a little different. But go ahead. I got you.
Yeah, chop blocking. It's when they chop you down below the knees because they don't want to take you head on in an argument, right? That's when they say you don't understand. So we got to avoid that and hurdle that and sack the quarterback and go right after the thing. Yeah, because you got to have faith, right? It says it right here. So with these people, you have to dodge the hijacked narrative and you got to bring them back to what's on the paper. Yeah, I don't understand, but you got to have faith. You got to have faith. Faith in order to believe in the unification.
Right, because there's nothing they can do with the globe. Yeah, they can't make the model.
Over.
They can't. Yeah, they can't produce it. They can't touch it. They can't feel it. All they can do is believe. And then I'm like, well, why do we have to imagine your imagination? Why can't we? There's nothing even physical about a globe. That's what I think is funny about the whole situation.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's over. Like, what are they going to say? I don't understand. I understand you got to have faith. I understand that. Right?
Mm-hmm. I understand
Even if they say
anything.
the British accent, right? Argument from incredulity. Right?
Yeah.
It's still, you got to have faith.
Incredulity.
Here's another one for you, Larry. Sometimes people will ask you to explain their shit to you.
Oh, they'll
Yeah.
ask you to explain their shit to them. Yeah.
Right. That's what I meant. That's what I meant. Yeah.
No, I got you. I got you 100%. But they do a lot. They do that a lot. They're like, something. I'm like, hold on. That's not my stuff, buddy. That is not my stuff.
Explain this.
We ain't got to explain nothing. You got to have faith.
That's what I was
Explain
saying.
that.
It
Explain all
doesn't
that faith
matter.
in your
Yeah.
science, right? Because science doesn't require faith. If it's
Doesn't
testable and
require.
observable, repeatable, there's no faith about it.
Oh, their science is, because their science just lies in a word called hypothesis. And then the next two words I want you to pay attention to is no proof, unproven or disproven. To prove or disprove, right? So you can disprove or you can like prove.
Well, in a world
So
where all you have is, sorry, I thought you were done.
no, yeah, you're
In a world where all you have is religiosophy, mathematics, and theory tales, well, if a logical fallacy is the only thing you got, you got to have faith. It's tough being a Glober these days.
George Michael said it best. You got to have faith to faith to faith. Baby.
Yeah, they're done. They're done, son. It's a paradigm shift. It's the Coon cycle. It's over. Sorry, guys.
I do still think it's weird, like how like everything they tried to like, there's no depth. Like, at what point did they think that they could go down 1 foot below sea level somewhere? Where was that ever happening? Where a helicopter thought it could go to where sea level was and like fly down below that point. Oh, I'm going around the curb. No, you're fucking not. There's no such point. There's no such point on any liquid where you're gonna fly below that surface level of that liquid. Without hitting the liquid. You'll go down into the liquid. You'll never fly down below a hill of liquid without getting your thing wet. You'll fly into it. If you leave and your thing's 1 inch off the water and you start to fly down, there's no way your thing's it's not getting wet. You could put cloth on it, and say, hey, go fly out in your helicopter and make sure this cloth stays dry. And I want you to dip down 10 feet. Go fly 1 inch over the water or 1 foot. 1 foot. Fly 1 foot over the water, right? Calmest water we got, whatever. Just for example, and have like a thing on there where it got wet. And then say, just drop down 10 feet where the curve's at. And keep that dry. As long as you can keep that, go out in the ocean and go drop down in your helicopter 10 feet and keep that fucking thing dry. You can even lift up 5 foot off the ocean. But as long as you drop down 10 feet, you're still going to get that bitch wet by 5 foot of water. And you're probably going to crash your helicopter.
Well,
So
I will say you might want to. I see what you're saying now that after you explained it, but when you first said sea level is typically like a mean point. I mean, you could technically be under sea level if there's a dike, and you go on the other side of it.
There's none of that. Yeah,
I think
just water.
I think sea level, like when somebody says sea level, I think of an average.
I think a water ball wall. I think a wall of water in front of me that stops. And I can go forward and jump forward and look back and see the wall of water. And it's not where I'm at and it's not underneath me. It's right behind me. The wall water ball. And that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for that 1 foot you can go forward and look back and down and see the water ball behind you, not in front of you and not below you. Just 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot, or drop down without getting your thing wet. Just go out over the ocean, be 1 foot over the ocean, drop down 10 feet without getting your thing wet. And we'll be on a globe. You'll be dropping around curves of water, right? You won't get wet. You'll drop down 10 feet. Go out to where there's 10 foot of curve below you. You're 5 foot up. Fly out to where you can drop down 10 foot. Drop down your 10 foot. Ripley's, believe it or not. and don't get the bottom of your wood wet.
Yeah. So it's funny just seeing things that people put in chat, you know, and putting those words that you're talking about, sea level. And like Jesse Gordon just put in there a thing about explain my shit back to me while putting sea level as being perfectly horizontal in his thing over that amount of area. Or
Well, where does it? Where can we fly out horizontally over the sea to where the sea ball stops, the sea wall ball cliff stops, and we keep flying. Then 1 foot, then we just drop down 10 feet. Where can we do that, Jesse? When we're only 1 foot off the water or 1 foot above the water, where can we prove the ball by dropping down 10 feet, Jesse, and not get wet?
especially
You can dance underwater and not get wet.
Yeah, according to his own diagram with sea level labeled on it.
You see that building, Jesse? You got 240 feet. We only need 10, boy. Off your cartoon. We just need 10. Can we do that, Jesse? Or are you going to have a problem or an excuse?
My wit is just nowhere good enough to match yours tonight, D-Monk, but I am interested in Sugar Cookies or Larry's explanation of how a 180-foot building can appear below eye level.
Well, if you can't even drop 10 foot down, then you don't need to explain a building. If you can't drop 10 foot, how are you explaining 240, Jesse Gordon? My wit's got you there, buddy.
You want me to explain your ridiculous bullshit back to you? No, that's not my claim. I didn't claim any of that shit that you just said. So stop it.
So how does it work on a flat Earth, though? It's a real-life observation. I've got video, and there's a photo in the corner. And
I know you got all kinds of stuff that you look at.
Do you know
so when you Photoshop that 187 foot tall building on the right side of your cartoon, what was going through your mind? To say that 187 foot tall building is actually 240 feet. And the 58 foot is at the first floor of it. And so that the entire first floor is 4 feet tall. 5 foot tall.
Can we talk about the Scientific American article that I posted?
Yes, please.
Right, so have you read it?
Yeah, I read it the first time you posted it.
Cool. So what's it talking about to you, or do you want me to say what I think it's talking about?
Say again?
Do you want to explain what it's talking about, or do you want me to go into what I think it's talking about?
Well, that was my question to you. You dropped it in there before, and I had a question for you after I got done reading it, and you already bounced out. So the question that I actually had for you was, what was some of the biggest takeaways for you of that?
Well, I think, it's that cosmology doesn't really have a place in the sciences if we're talking about mathematical stuff. That doesn't really work. You can't unify what you observe with what your theory says. Then you need a new theory, or you could just rebuild a new foundation. That's what it says in the article. They need a new foundation, right? So you know what that means. This framework isn't working anymore, and they need a paradigm shift into something that does work, because cosmology has been broken for a long time. It's not been a secret since the late 90s, 98, right? They were talking about dark energy, right? And dark matter came before that. But the important thing is that we have to understand that 95% of your model, the globe model, and everything that goes with it is dark matter and dark energy. And if you don't think there's something wrong with that, like, I don't really know what to tell you. If you think that's normal, like everyday stuff, then I kind of don't know what you're thinking.
Yeah, I know. That's like a reference from science, right?
What?
Quote unquote science.
Scientific American, the article that I put, the link that I shared.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I think that's great because you're using something that is revered to quote unquote science people as them stating it themselves.
Yeah, because I'm just an idiot from Texas, right? My words don't matter here, but that guy, he has some lovely titles after his name, so maybe you should, listen to him. It's just one man's opinion, or maybe more than one man, but, it's just an opinion, right?
It's more than just an opinion. If they don't see the absurdity of 95% unknown and they know some of the 5%, make sure you say that, Larry. Some of the 5% is known. They don't even know that.
Right.
So it's yeah, it's a total joke, actually. Their
They don't
cosmology.
even they don't even know what stuff looks like on a ball going away. Jesse keeps showing you stuff that might represent something that might be on a cartoon, but then like when you look in
Jesse.
reality, it
Now,
doesn't
Jesse,
match.
In his own goddamn cartoon, he put sea level as fucking horizontal.
Jesse, come on, bro.
What I'm saying is if he just put a ball, then he would see how things don't disappear like that on a ball. Things appear bottom up on a ball. So as you go away and as things tilt, as you get closer to them, the only thing you'll start to see on a sphere is the bottom first. Then then it'll start to appear from the bottom up on a sphere. So whatever you guys think you're looking at or whatever you got going on is like it's really ass backwards. It really is. Like not to be sound rude or anything, but it's ass backwards. And then like what you can't see on a globe, things disappear top down on a globe, not bottom up.
American
Top
just took
down.
y'all's space away. Scientific American just took y'all's space away. Y'all's deep space.
Shit, they don't even have space in a jar at home in a closet somewhere. They don't even get hollow space.
So much for that Big Bang cosmology, eh? It's over. Hidden in plain sight from 2019. He said it. The emperor has no clothes in cosmology. I mean, he didn't say that precisely, but you have to read it for yourself. And, I trust each person can read it and make up their own mind what they think it means. But hey, they got fusion ignition, right? That's new hotness. Maybe we'll get a new cosmology. But we got to rip up some foundation and some baseboards first. The Phoenix Globe. Enigma, you in here just chilling on a Friday night? Come on, bro. I just be killing chat rooms everywhere I go tonight. I guess it's because I'm asking people to read. Maybe I'm the only one here on a Friday night. Never really news on a Friday. Oh, that's funny. Hey, Zanuck. Is there anybody out there?
Sean G, what's up? Man, it's been a long time. Last I remember talking to you, talking about going camping and stuff. Like not together or whatever, but just in general. Oh God. Whoever's complaining about a slow chat, get ready.
Sean G, if you could fly 1 foot over the water, the ocean, and fly straight out horizontally, and then drop down 10 feet without getting your helicopter wet, you'd be famous. The Earth should be like a Niagara Fall, but like with up to 7 miles thick of water. A 7 mile thick waterfall. Wide, thick, whatever, Well, really, really wide, but thick. Compared to us little bitty things and us little bitty dots that are like microscopic, like a little proton rolling around in the big ocean. Should be able to shoot our submarine horizontally out of that thick water ball. Wouldn't you think? Mark Dice. Is that like loaded dice or just marked dice? Globers can dance underwater and not get wet when they're below the curve water wall. When they're not below, but in front, down below the top and in the front of the surface, in the front of the waterfall ball, 7 mile thick waterfall, water wall. The mud ball water wall. It's horizontal, it's vertical, it's everywhere. It's the 7 mile thick mud ball water wall. Just drop 10 foot in the ocean and don't get wet. 10 foot beyond the curve. The boat disappears over the horizon. You can only see half of the boat. There's 10 feet of the boat missing. So go fly your helicopter 10 foot down without getting wet. Well, it's only 1 inch above the water. It's 1 inch above the ocean. It flies horizontally, just keeps flying. And whenever you think you can drop down 10 feet without getting wet, let me know. And go over the biggest ocean we got, too. That's what we want to use. We want to use the biggest, deepest one we got, just in case you boys want to be funny. All right? Like the one that's 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles. DJ Tone Deaf. Astronaut Why You Lie goes into space today. Completes the first ever trip on the dark side where he camps out. That's Why You Lie, the new astronaut. who joined us.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Quiet in here. Everyone asleep. About 3 in the morning, isn't it, for you guys?
2 in the morning for me, but I just ordered something to eat, so I'm not ready to sleep yet. I had to work from.
I woke up at 2.
I woke up, man. I went to sleep at like 6. Woke up at 10. Had to work till 10, and then now I'm getting some food. And I got to go back to work tomorrow, like fucking 10 or whatever. It'll be all right though.
What were your taste buds after then?
Me, just a good old fashioned bacon cheeseburger off the grill, man. That's fine for me right now. But my son, he ordered some breakfast, like eggs, hash brown, bacon, a breakfast burrito. He ordered a good amount of shit. The little fat fuck. He's not even fat at all, but he's not fat at all. But he just ordered a lot of stuff. You know, good metabolism or whatever.
Yeah, almost sounded like an English breakfast. The
Yeah,
start of.
yeah. And then, man, I mean, I guess if you order stuff at the right time here, they give you like a free stack of pancakes or free something or free that or. I mean, you
No
can't
way.
really beat it. Yeah, you spend $20, you get like $5 to $10 worth of free food. It's like not bad, I guess. If you feel, if you're in the mood to eat anyway, I'm not really
But
one to go out of
only
my
during
way.
set times, I say, like you say. Yeah.
Well, it's either a set time or like how much you spend or like what you get. I guess like I don't know. Different little rewards they have. Yeah, but it pays off. It's a good idea for the
Yeah,
food
definitely.
places. Yeah. I'm surprised, they got places that are still open because most of the places around here, when it closes at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, like nobody wants to stay open all night anymore. Weird.
Oh, that's strange because, like, here, like when you got the busy nights at the pubs and the clubs, all of those takeaway places stay open till like 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. Man, they know that they're gonna rack it in on them days.
Oh yeah, and the food ain't even got to be good if you're drunk, because you're just down to eat. You know what I mean? You're like, man, food, shovel in, cool.
Yeah, you're just like, what? They're open? Sweet.
Yeah, go get some to drink, and then the experience you just get some food. That's how we always used to do it. Yeah, get something to drink, fuck around till like 3, and then go to a breakfast place or a truck stop or something. Yeah.
So, what's new in the world of globe v flat?
Globers can't drop down 10 foot below the water level without getting the object they're in wet.
Well, that's
So
not
say you
new.
fly out. Yeah, you fly out and you find your supposed imaginary religious curve, water ball wall, and you fly out past it, and then you drop down 10 feet without getting the object you're in wet. You're above the ocean. You're like one inch or 1 foot above the water. Now fly horizontal, and then whenever you feel you can drop down 10 feet while you're above the water, right there, go ahead without getting your thing wet, and we could bet money. We could bet the Globers money that they can't drop down anywhere ever 10 feet anywhere in the ocean or past the curve of Earth's water ever and not get wet. Sound like a good challenge?
Yeah, because then the proof is even in the math, because even the math would predict that you would get wet.
Well, I mean, their math, the math of a flat Earth that never ends, would predict you wouldn't get wet. I mean, you would get wet. I'm sorry, but the math of a globe that ends at 39.59 from the center out would mean that you wouldn't get wet. On a globe, you could literally fly forward, drop down 10 feet past the curve, and you wouldn't get wet. Right? Their math says you wouldn't get
Oh,
wet.
yeah. I get what you're saying now. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I'm challenging them to fly out and drop down 10 feet. See, if they're only 1 foot above water, I actually challenge them to drop down 2 to 3 feet without getting wet. That's it. So show me 2 or 3 foot of Earth's curve dropping when you fly out with your fucking helicopter or whatever, and just demonstrate it by dropping down. Show us a little depth. Show us
So
some depth.
like in their apparent curve, what is it? What's a foot? How far out would the foot be?
A little more than a mile. 8 inches per mile.
Maybe.
Square.
Yeah. Sorry, man. I'm a bit drunk.
Mile and a half. No, you're good. You're good. Well, they got all different numbers. One Glober will say 57, 52, 20, 12, 50, 29, 8 million, billion. And one will say 2. And
It's
then one will
true.
say 53,
It's true.
9.
They have a different answer many different times, don't they?
Yeah. Oh, that's not the right one. That's not the right one. That's not the right. Well, how the fuck did you guys ever get anything like done? Because
Yeah,
none of
that's
you
not the
got the
right
right one.
one.
None of them got the right one. None of them knows which one the right one is. They got some other guy's calculation from some other guy about light or bendy stuff or some other dumb shit.
That's not
They
what it
ain't got
is.
no globe. Weird. But yeah, just drop down 1 to 2 foot. You know what I mean? Start at 1 foot and drop down 2 without getting wet. It'll never happen. And
So
they should
yeah,
be able to bet us.
establish a horizontal, and then
Yeah.
go out level to that horizontal. Yeah, for just over a mile, which would be a foot. Yeah, say like 1.1 miles would probably be about a foot, maybe, and then or 1.2. Yeah, and then drop down, like you say.
Yep, without getting wet. And do it on camera live and have some towels on your shit, like some stuff that, like, if you soak water, it changes color. Oh yeah, color
Any dry
changing water
globers?
soaking.
Any dry globers? Or I bet they haven't tried it, obviously.
They know better. They're gonna tell you excuses, and they're gonna ask you weird, dumb questions that have nothing to do with reality at all, because
They're
they
gonna
don't have
say
a model or a ball. They
they're
have
gonna
no
say that
ball
the
to prove
global
their
spin of
claim.
the Earth, the Coriolis, like stopped
What
them from
spin?
getting wet.
Where did they notice the spin at on a ball doing some shit? Like, where's this at?
Yeah, just
Not in a
spun them
lab,
up.
definitely. In their mind. It's all in their head. But the physical reality's right outside with the water. So dance
I know, right?
underwater, Globers, and don't get wet.
But yeah, oh my god, I was watching this video the other day about this guy thinking he's going to space. Oh my god. Oh, it was painful, but then it was just funny to watch in the end. Just how this guy, like, it's like his life dream, and he's paid all this money, and then he
You
thinks he's
talking
going to
about
go.
Mr. Beast?
No, not Mr. Beast. Some other guy.
Oh, go ahead.
Hold on a sec. I'll find it on YouTube. Oh yeah, that was it. Not just space. He thinks he's going to the moon. I just feel for the guy. Like, poor guy, man. Like, it's his life dream, but he doesn't know it's just a joke. Like, people have got it bad, man. People have got it real bad.
He didn't go. He just thinks he's going.
Is Kosho still in here? Is Kosho still in here?